Good evening, everyone. I'm calling this meeting to order. Welcome to the meeting of the Finance Committee this evening. I'll begin by reading the published notice. The Finance Committee will hold a public hearing on Thursday, April 18, 2024 at 6:00 p.m. in the Aldermanic Chambers, 165 Church Street, New Haven, to hear the following. 1. To hear public testimony concerning the mayor's annual budget for the fiscal year 2024-25. 2. Workshop to hear from the Special Services Districts. A. Grand Avenue Special Service District. B. Chapel West Special Service District. C. Town Green Special Service District. D. Whaley Avenue Special Service District. 3. Workshop to review portions of the annual city budgets proposed for the fiscal year commencing on July 1st, 2023. The following city departments will be heard. Health Department, Elderly Services, Community Services Administration, Youth and Recreation Services, Public Library, Community Resilience. These items are on file and available for public inspection in the Office of Legislative Services, 165 Church Street. Per order, the Honorable Adam Marchand, Chair. Attest, Michael Smart, City Clerk. If you need a disability-related accommodation, please call 3 business days in advance at 946-7651 voice or 946-8582 TTY. Public comment testimony may also be submitted via email to publictestimony@newhavencT.gov before 2:00 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Okay. Now we will have introductions of committee members starting on my right.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Richard Furlow, Ward 27.
Rosa Ferraro Santana, Ward 13.
Yvette Hamilton, Ward 24.
Adam Marchand, Ward 25.
Ron Hurt, Ward 3.
Sal Punzo, Ward 17.
Anna Festa, Ward 10.
Conda Smith, Ward 30.
I would also like to recognize our colleagues not on the committee who are here this evening as well, Alder Caroline Smith and Alder Sarah Miller. Okay, so you've heard me read the very exciting formal notice to our meeting tonight. But let me just break it down for you in plain language. There's basically 2 parts to our meeting. The first part of the meeting is the public hearing, and that's when residents may come and speak on the mayor's proposed budget. It is a public hearing on the mayor's proposed budget. It is not a public hearing on some other topic. So if you're giving testimony on some other thing, I will interrupt you and ask you to please go back to your seat. So please make sure that your comments are related to the mayor's proposed budget for next fiscal year. We're going to give each of you, each person who comes up, 3 minutes to testify. My colleague, Alder Hurt, will very firmly and politely let you know when you have a minute left in your maximum amount of 3 minutes to testify. If you want to testify more briefly than that, we'd be grateful for that as well. The microphones, there's a microphone situated right in front of me that you may use. If you need to adjust it, it's best to adjust this part of it. It's best not to mess with the bass because sometimes it goes grrr and makes loud noises that nobody wants to hear. So just adjust that part of the microphone. So that's the first part of the meeting. The second part of the meeting, there's workshops with the special services districts and with the departments that fall under the Community Services Administration. You are all welcome to stay and to listen to that portion of the meeting. But that portion of the meeting, the public testimony will be over by then. So And we'll ask our colleague to introduce herself, who just arrived.
Alderman Morrison, Ward 22. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that is our meeting this evening. We will now begin with the public testimony.
Tanisha Drummond and then Mr. Donovan.
Tanisha Drummond, and then followed by John Lee. I should have also said that when you come forward to testify, I will ask you to give your name and address for the record.
My name is Tanisha Drummond, and I live at 225 Winthrop Avenue. And I am a member of the New Haven Rising and co-chair to Ward 23. I'm a little shaken up because Tuesday night there was another shooting at Waverly Townhouses where I lead a youth after-school program that serves dozens of children each week. This needs to stop. We need to commit to the resources and ensure kids and families have stability and hope. I grew up in New Haven during a time where there were more programs and opportunities for young people, including second chances. When I began to get into trouble and I wasn't living up to my potential, I had enrolled myself in the Connecticut National Guard Youth Challenge Program. This military-style program helped me build discipline and self-confidence and ultimately changed my life. Since then, I've dedicated my time and advocated for the youth in the community and to reassure them of their potential. But too many of our families need help finding decent employment, keeping a roof over their heads, and spending time with their kids and keeping their kids on the right path. Why? When there are so many resources in our backyards, but our city is forced to subsidize Yale and Yale New Haven Hospital through massive tax breaks. What could New Haven look like if we weren't forced year after year to make impossible decisions to put our neighborhood and vital services against each other? If we had a Q house in every neighborhood, instead of being tempted by trouble, every young person and every school and every program will be okay. A sense of responsibility and possibility. If parents could work one good job that has benefits and be home at night to help their kids with their homework, if working moms like myself can buy a house and invest in the community I've called home for over 35 years. I am proud that I've knocked on doors in the battlefield to dump Trump in 2020. I've helped the ARPA money so that we can open more youth centers in the community. I'm proud that I'm part of a movement that got Yale to hire more people who look like me and to pay back more of our tax money. But as the cities are facing decades of segregation development, we live in a city shaped by decisions like one Yale University leaders took when preventing the Black colleges from being located in New Haven. We have made few steps to address the history and massive subsidies to Yale University, but to fight for real justice of New Haven that still lies in front of us. Thank you.
Before you leave, questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. John Lee is next. I also just want to say that there are many moments where people feel inspired to clap and snap in agreement, and I'd ask you please not to do that just because we have a long evening. I know it's very tempting to do it. Mr. Lee.
Thank you.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name is John Lee, and I live at 703 Elm Street. I'm a co-chair of Ward 24, and like Tanisha, a leader in New Haven Rising. I'm proud of the work we've done to get Yale to pay more of its fair share. In 2021, we painted the words Yale Respect New Haven on Prospect Street. We knocked thousands of doors asking what difference $157 million per year would make in residents' lives, for their families and neighborhoods. And yet, here we are again, compromising between sufficient, not abundant funding for schools, affordable housing, parks, so many other departments. All are essential for youth well-being. Many are things I took for granted growing up. A month ago, Yale released the Yale and Slavery Research Project. This Monday, during the Black and Hispanic Caucus address, Alder Carmen Rodriguez asked, "What would our city be like today if it had been home to the nation's very first Black college?" I'd like to add, what would New Haven be like today if instead of subsidizing one of the world's wealthiest institutions, we had been able to invest more in our youth and families for decades and decades, for generations and generations. Yale's report notably ends in 1915. It acknowledges slavery as a violent economic practice, but it fails to mention violent economic practices that enable segregation to this day. The report does not mention that Yale is by far the wealthiest and largest landowner and employer in New Haven. It does not address the fact that a scarcity of living wage jobs, gentrification, and rising rents are currently pushing New Haven families out of their homes and neighborhoods. And it entirely fails to respond to the question posed by former State Treasurer Sean Wooden regarding Yale's tax-exempt status. Is it really fair for institutions as wealthy as Yale University and Yale New Haven Hospital to receive a tax break that annually costs a city as poor as New Haven $157 million? Yale took a first step in 2022 by increasing its voluntary contribution, and the state of Connecticut increased its pilot contribution, further relieving the burden of Yale and Yale New Haven Hospital's tax breaks off New Haven residents. But the core problem remains. We are still subsidizing these wealthy institutions. It's not fair, it's not just, it need not be this way, so to all listening, let's demand that it change.
Thank you so much. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening.
Thank you.
The next folks who testified, it seems like as a group from the Schuberts. And so I think you told us ahead of time you would have a little group to bring up, so. Okay. Thank you for being here. Once you're settled, names and addresses for the record, please.
My name is Zariah Thomas. I live on 127 Lexington Avenue.
My name is Selena Malatera, and I live at 323 Lexington Avenue.
Please.
So I was hired at the Schubert when I was 16 years old, and I've worked there every summer since. I'm now 25 years old. It showed me that I wanted to be a teacher, and more specifically a theater teacher. I was hired first as a teaching assistant in the theater classroom, and then I grew into be the acting teacher or the theater teacher. And I'm now the 5/6 musical director. The Schubert has given me a place to go as a professional and be able to give back to my community now in the summer, still at the Schubert, or in the New Haven public school system where I am a drama teacher.
Hello. I have been involved with the Schubert since 2012. I started off as an apprentice for their business program. I then was the teacher assistant for their program for the summer. Then I was a tech apprentice, moved up to their assistant director, and now currently their director of camp. Camp in the Schubert has given me not only a place to be myself, but also a place to serve students and give what I was given as a student myself. I would love for them to experience exactly what I've experienced throughout my 10 plus years working with the Schubert, the emotional support, the work support, and then some. I can't express more gratitude than I have for the Schubert, and I hope to see them continue to grow and touch more children's hearts. Thank you.
If there's time, we also have a letter from another colleague of ours, if we'd be able to read it.
Sure. You might summarize it.
Okay.
Given the time you have.
So Samaya gave us this notice, and we have a very similar experience. She was a theater major at Co-op where she participated with the Schubert.
1 minute.
She received numerous opportunities to participate in workshops and master classes with different professional artists, and then she was able to work at the Schubert herself. She was an intern for grades 5 through 8 in musical theater, and then she was a teacher assistant for the 5-6 musical theater class, then promoted to the 5-6 musical theater director and to the current position as the 7-8 musical theater director. The Schubert has allowed her to work with numerous children of all ages, not only through camp but through outside schools as well. She runs an after-school program with the Schubert Aces Winter Dream, and she works with students in grade 5 through 8, teaching them the art of theater through various acting exercises and games. Thanks to the Schubert and their opportunity, she decided to pursue her master's in order to teach students in grades 1 through 6, as well as theater in grades pre-K through 12. Without the Schubert, she would not be doing what she loves today.
Thank you so much. Questions
you.
from colleagues? Seeing none. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
I don't know if that's the entire delegation from the Schuberts. If it's not, please come forward. And you might also just remind us and everybody here what is the particular budgetary item that the Schubert, that implicates the Schubert or involves the Schubert. I think that we'd love to hear about the Schubert, but it is about the budget. So let's make that connection for the public. Names and addresses for the record.
Yes, Anthony McDonald. It's always awkward because I live at 210 Road East in North Haven, but I'm a proud, obviously, person who versus the Schubert Theater.
William McAndrew. I live at 24 City Road in Milford, Connecticut, but I am the Schubert board.
Kelly Wazardo, 1693 Quinnipiac Avenue, Ward 12.
Exactly. No, at the end of the day, we are all from the Schubert Theater representing different parts. I'm Anthony McDonald, the executive director there at the Schubert. We are here to really say, first off, thank you, because this particular fiscal season, you all have been, as the New Haven elders, have been supporting the Schubert Theater. And that's why we are here to continue to say thank you first, and we hope to continue to have your support. However, just in case you may not know what we've been doing with that lovely support of yours, that's why we're here to kind of just say a few words about that. And once again, to hope that you can continue to support us in the future.
My name is Bill McAndrew. I am vice chair of the Schubert board. I'm also a senior vice president at M&T Bank. I've been on the board for 8 years now. I was chair of the education committee, so I've seen a lot of the good that funds from the city as well as other corporations and donors have done for the Schubert Theater. When I joined the bank 8 years ago, they asked me what was important to me in the community. I immediately said the Schubert Theater, since I've been involved with it. When I explained to them the work that is done in the community, you heard some of that from the previous speakers, we became a corporate sponsor. I have been very proud of my affiliation with the theater as a board member, a subscriber, a corporate donor, and an individual donor. But we're not alone in that. There are other individuals, other corporations. The New Haven community has been a great partner, and I would ask the city to continue to be part of this partnership and continue to be part of the Schubert family.
And I am the Director of Education and Engagement. A good chunk of the money that we get from the city goes towards our education and community programming. Just so you know, we serve over 15,000 kids. We made sure all Title I New Haven public school kids came free to see the show during the school. We offer $10 tickets to high school students. We have our camp, and you heard from former students who are now working for us. The whole idea is giving kids of New Haven education so that they can become the future, so that someday I can hand them the keys and they take over. We do have a summer camp, and we do have financial aid, and we like to have as many New Haven kids as possible. My job is all about access, so it's making sure that no one doesn't get to see a show at the Schubert because there's a barrier. We want to make sure that all kids come in and get that experience, whether they grow up to be in the theater or they just love the theater. It's good for them, it's good for their grades, it's good for society. So thank you.
So once again, thank you all for your support. We can hope that you will continue to find it within the budget to continue supporting us, because theater is not always the cheapest endeavor. But it's something that I think really does impact and affect our community in a very positive way. And you all are really a part of that, of allowing us to continue to be here as we actually approach our 110th season this upcoming season. So once again, New Haven has been the biggest supporter of Schubert, and we hope that you all continue to support us. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from colleagues? Alder Furlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation, and a special thanks for bringing Annie.
You're not a part of that process if you think about bringing that shit.
So we had a certain amount that we gave in our last budget. I think it was 150,000, or give or take. I don't know what's allotted this year, if anything, but you're saying continued support. And I don't have the book in front of me to look up. So is it, what's in the budget for you this year?
We hope that it's the same, at least. Once again, what was provided to us this year was extremely helpful. You know, our budget is, like a lot of nonprofits, especially when it comes to the arts in the state, is a precarious position. And so having funding and support from our city means a whole lot to us. And it allows us to be able to continue to do the work that we are doing, and we hope to continue to do and actually bolster in the upcoming year. But it really is predicated on your support. The funding tenets, a lot of different corporations this year have changed, and without the support that you all gave us, we pretty much have had an education budget, because it was your support that in the end just so happened to be the only support that we had for our education world. And once again, as Kelly stated, we impacted and affected in a positive way 15,000 kids, primarily from New Haven, whether it was through virtual programming in the school system, whether it was bringing them physically into our space for free, working with the bus systems in the city to make sure that all these kids had two different opportunities, one called Uno, Dos, Tres, Andres, which was a trilingual show in Spanish, English, and American Sign Language, and to experience a baby mosh pit, as we called it. All of these kindergartners, first, second graders coming down to the stage, just having such an amazing time. It's an experience that, once again, is something that you have to experience and see for yourself to see the impact that's happening in our building. That, once again, we don't do it for the money. We do it because we should be doing it, because somebody in our community should be providing these experiences for our kids. And so the Title I kids in particular are always the ones we're thinking about first, because what Kelly said, a financial barrier should never be the reason why you can't experience the joy and magic of theater. And once again, bringing things like Annie this year was probably one of the best experience I've had in the theater, to see so many families. Yes, you did tell me, believe me, and he did. And I said, I'm not sure about that. But in the end, I'm very happy that we brought that show, because it was, once again, so many New Haven families coming into our building and experiencing the joy of theater. And that show in particular was just one of the great experiences of that I've had at theater so far. And so once again, we're just trying to continue to do that year in and year out. But it really is predicated on your help.
Thank you. I appreciate your answer. And this is not predicated on support, but we're looking forward to the Christmas Carol coming in this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Furlow. Further questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next on the list, we have Tylen Taylor Moorhead, followed by Reem Saud. Good evening. Name and address for the please.
My name is Tylen Taylor Moorhead. I live at 245 Sheffield Avenue. Currently, I'm a senior at Easton's Engineering Science University Magnet School, and I can speak on behalf of the whole school. We feel like this budget cut would do no justice for our schools and for other public schools as well. But I won't speak on this further this time. Currently at Easton's, the boys only have one working bathroom. Every other bathroom is closed, despite us being a very new building. That means both, if you didn't know, Easton's is a middle school and high school. That means 6th through 12th grade boys have to share the same bathroom. And we feel like this drives a wedge between the students against each other, as well as to the teachers. Because now the teachers have to act as hall monitors, and this drives that wedge into it being students versus teachers, which is not the case. Teachers should be on the same side. With this budget cut, we feel like this would just make things worse, because we're a STEM school. We have money we're grateful for the money we get to fund for all our other activities, for all our just STEM related things, for us to go on these field trips. We're all grateful for that. But with this could damage our curriculum that has gotten us into many great schools doing great internships and for our competition as well, but also divide a wedge between what's a basic necessity, which is a clean bathroom with working soap dispensers, paper towels, tissue, with things you would think are just, that should be there, they're not. And it's clear this is happening to all New Haven public schools, because I'm also part of the Student Defense Collective, and we have decided that it's a youth organized group for all New Haven public students. And we have noticed that within every New Haven public school, there is not working bathrooms, damaged hallways, and more like that. And while from Eastern, like I said, as being a new building, we don't really experience that much, but we still understand the struggle because we're also New Haven public school, even though we're West Haven. So it's not right for other New Haven schools to be dealing with that. And with this budget cut, we feel like things will get worse as time goes on. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from colleagues? I want to thank you for coming up. I think I can speak for the committee when I say that we're especially excited to see youth come and testify before this body. And, it's impressive to have such composure and poise from our youth, so we're grateful for that. I think when you say cut, what you are referring to is the fact that the mayor has proposed a $5 million increase, but the Board of Ed has proposed $12 million more on top of that. Is that what you're referring to? So that $12 million gap is the cut that you're referring to?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. No, I just wanted to be clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Reem Saud, followed by Jennifer Drury. I would like to recognize Alder Walker-Myers, who has joined us. Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Reem Saud, and 63 Law Street. I am currently a senior at Oval Cross High School, and we are all here from the New Haven Student Defense Collective to demand more funding for our underprivileged schools in New Haven. For the New Haven Public School Board to allow us the full budget of $12 million, and that's only to keep the lights on in our schools. And still, Mayor Justin Elliger only provides us an estimated amount of $5 million for our schools. This is a $7 million difference. Time and time again, our elected officials on the board and Mayor Elliger continue to fail us and have not been listening to our school concerns for years as students. For years, we have been voicing our concerns, whether it's about our school infrastructure, bathrooms, even needs for teachers to teach our students. We are still not being listened to or cared for. We are the future generation and deserve better than this. And I hope today me coming to you and our youth, for you guys to start listening to us and taking more action. And I am worried for our future and for future students to future educators to teach in our schools. And I do hope you guys take more action and listen to our youth voices more. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you go, questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Jennifer Drury.
Janice
It's been
Harper.
Janice Parker, it looks like. While the next person comes forward to testify, let me just say that if you have a phone or other device that makes noise, put it on silent, please. We haven't had problems so far, but let's nip it in the bud. Put those phones on silent mode. Name and address for the record. Nice to see you. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Jennifer Drury. 180 days out of the year, I'm at 140 Legion Avenue. And yesterday I started my 26th year. And I preside at 29 Hampton.
Okay.
While I was in the shower preparing for this moment, I asked my wife, who is an underpaid paraprofessional at Cross, if she'd join me at City Hall. She responded, "Going to beg for change?" I chuckled and thought about how in 2012 I stood a few blocks from here handing out change, flying my sign, "We all need a little change." I'm here tonight asking for a big change, not in the monetary sense. That's for the rest of the people. But in the mindset sense. See, in the first segment of the high school Read 180 program is all about having a growth mindset. My students learn about how they hold the key to growth right inside themselves. And today, I'm asking you all to have a growth mindset. New Haven schools cannot grow with a $12 million cut to a budget that New Haven District's chosen leader, Dr. Madeline McCormick, says is needed to make New Haven schools flourish. Under the current budget, we are lucky if we have a full-time nurse for a whole week. Students can be left out of field trips because our nurse has been pulled to another school. Students have been sent home because there is no nurse to attend to an immediate need. Only 59 districts in Connecticut have lesser per pupil spending than New Haven. A growth mindset, one that Read 180 students begin to develop in adolescence, must be the theme of New Haven. Growth happens, change happens, when the minds are fully nourished, fully attended to, and fully funded. Thank you.
Before you leave, questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Janice Parker, and then Diane Goose.
Hello.
Good evening. Name and address to the record, please.
Janice Parker, 635 Howard Avenue, New Haven. I made a quick outline so everybody can visualize, and we're asking that the budget that you propose to give us 3 more management, that it be workforce, not management. We have 26 bodies. 4 go to the trash truck. 22 is in the field. 1 is on the 2 to 10 shift. Now we got 21 in the field. 1 goes to clean, another one goes with another group of people. 2 people go to clean the camps. We got 17 bodies in the field. Then you got 4 foremen. Foremen are like supervisors. If they have to go get something, go look at another area, they're not part of our workforce that's working. So now we're down to 13 people in the field. We need more people for Parks Department. We also is asking a couple of things that some of the guys would like to ask. Is it possible, and maybe this is not the forum, or maybe it is, June 1st to September 1st that we work 6 to 2 because of climate change. It's hot, we're outside, and we need that break. We feel we can get more done between 6 and 2 because we don't have enough people. So we're trying to figure out ways to help because our season is coming and we don't have enough staff, of course, you know. We would like for the seasonals to be 120 working days instead of 120 calendar days. We're losing some good seasonals, and then we're not getting enough seasonals back because of whatever the holdup is. I don't know if people spreading the word or whatever the case may be. But if we can get them 120 working days, we can keep them almost to 6 months, and that will cover us from April to September to have more staff. Another thing is, let's see, for September 1st to, okay, I'll address that in a moment. We do have people waiting to be hired. We want to know why. Some gentlemen addressed the CDL license. A big part of not being able to get full-time people in is because it's a CDL requirement and we don't really drive CDL trucks. And so that's costing people over $100 a year. Okay. $100 or more a year to carry the CDL license. And that is becoming a problem because people are trying to figure out why do I have to carry this if they're not using it. We also would like Monday through Friday shifts. We're only fully staffed Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We got fluctuating shifts Tuesday through Thursday. So that means people are off on Sunday and Monday. And we're asking, can we just go back to the regular Monday through Friday so that we can be fully staffed at least 5 days a week? The fluctuating staff and the gentleman that's on the 2 to 10 shift, it cuts the staff during the day. So that opens us up to be able to be, for them to be able to give our work out to other resources. Instead of having people to on Monday to Friday and hiring more people. Instead of management, we need people that's, bodies in the field that can work. Okay, and I'll leave this with you.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
You could leave it with our staff person.
Alright.
That is not the usual format of our written testimony, but we appreciate it. One cannot miss that.
Visual always.
Thank you very much. Diane Cruz, then Linda Randy.
So we're powers together and,
You want to speak as a group?
so,
Okay.
so she wants to, we will get our own 3 minutes together, or do we have to take 3 minutes? Can we get our each 3 minutes?
If you're all signed up to testify, you're all
Yes,
able
we
to
all
testify?
did, yes.
Okay.
All right.
So we'll start with,
Diane Cruz, thank you so much for saying my name right.
oh,
315 Eastern Street.
okay, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, I'm a para, I've been a para for 23 years. I'm here about the school budget. I make less than $25,000 a year. I pay $4,000 in my medical insurance. So to figure that out, I make $21,000 a year, gross. And that's not take home, that's gross. So when you figure out everything else, I'm down to maybe $19,000. No one can live on that. It's living paycheck to paycheck. I'll never be able to retire because there's no pension. There's no way I could save money on it. And that we need the money. Paras need to have a living wage. That's all I need to say.
So I'll just go behind her. My name is Hypers Williams. I live at 84 Stanley Street in New Haven, Ward 24. And I just wanted to say that it is the responsibility of the Board of Alders, the city, to ensure that our students in New Haven get the best quality education, and underfunding or not giving enough to even keep the lights on that the superintendent asked for, I think it's unconscionable. It's been going on for too many years that the Board of Education, New Haven Public School has been either flat funded, underfunded, or whatever way you put it, never had enough to support the school's needs. Dr. Negron is a brand new superintendent to our schools. She's doing her endeavor best to ensure that we right-size the district and to ensure that the students get their needs met. So I'm asking tonight that you please at least give her a chance to give her the amount that she's asking for so she can supply the schools and educate our students and make sure that our public school students we can be proud of. They're not going from school to prison or from school to poverty like we are. We're paraprofessionals and we're in the poverty line and we're working there supporting our students. And if we don't have enough money in the budget, then we won't be able to have better wages. So to couple that with the needs of the students and the needs of the staff, I think is very important that you consider giving that what Dr. Negron has asked for the budget for New Haven Public Schools.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, perhaps they can pull that microphone a little closer. It's hard, especially with the talking in the back, it's hard for the people on this side to hear.
Thank you, Alder Furlow. That's a good idea.
Good evening,
Name
Linda
and address for the
Randy,
record.
518 Townsend Avenue. My name is Linda Randy. I'm a resident of New Haven and I work at Nathan Hale School. I am offering testimony and support on behalf of all paraeducators. Paraeducators work daily with students, may it be with Assistant 1, special needs students, small groups, or manage a whole classroom where the classroom teacher is absent. Despite the important roles we play, we are the lowest paid staff members in our schools. We need your support for paraeducators of Connecticut to begin to be treated fairly with respect and the dignity that we have earned. I've been a paraeducator for 38 years. Myself and many other paraeducators have to work 2 jobs to support ourselves and make ends meet. I only make $27,165.81. Our local is under negotiation for a new contract. I voted not to accept this contract. They only wanted to give me a check in June for $2,000. since I am at my final step forward. I am proud to be a paraeducator because I truly enjoy working with children. Please help us out so that paraeducators can have the salary that they so hard work for and deserve. Thank you for listening on behalf of all paraeducators.
Thank you, all three of you, for your testimony. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good evening.
Have a good night.
Steve Stasniak.
Next on the list is Steve Stasniak, followed by Wynn Witkowski. Good evening.
Good evening.
Name and address for the record, please. And if you could just swing that so that's close, there you go.
Good evening. My name is Steve Stasniak. I live at 61 Elmwood Road in Ward 25. I'm a 12-year New Haven Public Schools veteran. I work at Metropolitan Business Academy. I'm also a New Haven Public Schools parent. My kids are in 2nd and 4th grade at Edgewood School. I'm here this evening to implore you to please not approve a budget that does not meet the superintendent's minimum ask of the $12 million additional dollars. And I'd like to offer this in 2 frames. And let me step back and just say, the 2 young people that did such a beautiful job testifying, they are, as I don't have to tell a lot of people at this table, they exemplify the beauty, the strength, the resilience, the creativity of so many of the 20,000 young people that attend our schools. And they're in our care every day, and they deserve our best. I want to talk about bathrooms. I want to talk about books. When I started as a teacher in New York City 17 years ago, I got this book. It's called Fires in the Middle School Bathroom. And this builds off a body of research in a 2003 book that was really well known called Fires in the Bathroom. And essentially both books make the case that when students are doing things like vandalizing our schools, they're trying to tell us something, that they have needs that are not being met. At my school, Metropolitan, we had a fire in the bathroom last year. It was the most expensive work order for the New Haven Public Schools last year. The needs of our students are greater than they've ever been. Unmet mental health needs, housing insecurity, food insecurity. Our students need more, not less. And if we give them less, I would argue, in my opinion, as an educator, that we are going to have greater issues, more issues. Maybe it'll be in the bathrooms, maybe it'll be in the stairwells, but our schools are not going to be the places that they need to be, the safe, loving, supportive communities that our young people deserve. And they're going to show us that in the ways that they know how as young people. The second thing I'd like to talk about is books.
1 minute.
I am an English teacher. I taught 9th grade English for 12 years at Metro. I also this year am studying to get my LMS, my Library Media Specialist degree through ACES in Hamden through an ARC program. This is a shortage area in the state. I wish you could see my colleagues' faces from around the state when I tell them that we have 14 schools in New Haven where we do not have, including my own child's school, a full-time library media specialist. In my field study visits across the state where I've had to do 2, every school, it is common practice to have a fully staffed library, to have a technology specialist, to have a para on staff. If we want our students to have a love of reading, if we want our students to do all of the things that the many studies say that they can have from having a fully staffed, fully resourced school library, we deserve to have every school have a fully staffed library with the resources to buy the best books possible. And I'll just add on top,
finish your thought.
I'll add on top of that, that our students are only in school 7 hours a day, 10 months a year, a budget that gets as close as possible to the 1% asked for the New Haven Free Public Library, so our students can have access to the highest quality resources, both in and out of school, is what our young people deserve. They deserve the best. They definitely don't deserve anything less.
Before you go, questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening.
Thank you as well.
Wynn Witkowski, followed by Henry Lohendorf. And I would just, as Mr. Witkowski gets settled, I would just ask members of the audience, if you need to have a conversation, which is understandable, please do that out in the hallway so that we can give our full attention to the people who are testifying. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Wynn Pinkowski. I live at 108 Harrison Street. I work at Hill Central School. It's my second year there. Before that, I worked at a charter school in New Haven for about 9 years as a teacher and paraprofessional. I am here today to urge you to fully fund Dr. Negron's budget. For any of you who have been in a school recently and looked up at the board, you might see the letters SWBAT. Is anybody on the board a teacher or seen those letters? They're on almost every board. It stands for students will be able to. It's part of an objective when you create an agenda. So it goes something like students will be able to have a discussion about a theme in a novel by annotating the characters' thoughts as they read, right? If you do not have the by at the end of your SWBAT, it's considered incomplete. So if you want students to be able to show up at their schools and see their schools as institutions of learning, as places that they have hope, that they can become equipped with the skills they need to be successful in life after school, then you have to ask yourself, what are you doing? What schools are they walking into? So students will be able to have that by walking into fully funded, clean, fully staffed schools. I think that's all I have to say. Have a great night.
Thank you for your testimony. Before you leave, questions from committee members? Seeing none, have a good evening.
All right, thank you.
Henry Lohendorf will be followed by Megan Fountain. Good evening. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. It's good to see you all. I'm Henry Lohendorf. I live at 42 Young Street, Ward 27. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The cost of education is great. Our teachers and other educators deserve decent wages. They deserve an excellent classroom support system in high-quality physical surroundings. If you haven't yet done so, I urge you to go to the school in your ward, walk into the classroom, talk to the teachers. Although you may have your doubts, the richest country in history can easily afford everything necessary to guarantee a superlative education to all our students in New Haven. Yet it doesn't. There's one reason. The resources needed for our students and our teachers go elsewhere. The money goes into two bins, mainly. One, it is absorbed by the billionaires, the oligarchs, and two, it is funneled away from education and all human needs into a gargantuan bloody war machine that swallows over $2 million every minute of every day. $2 million a minute. $12 million during the testimony today of two speakers. 6 minutes, $12 million. That's the difference between what the school system asks and the mayor offers. I urge you to fully fund what the superintendent requests. To get money from the billionaires, we must insist our state and national legislators tax the rich. More to the point, or to my point, to get money from the war machine, we must insist that our congressional representatives stop voting every year to send $1.1 trillion, $12 million every 6 minutes for killing. For killing, not for healing, not for schooling. Let me remind you that in the presidential election 4 years ago, New Haven voters approved a ballot referendum to cut the military budget and move the money into human needs. You put that referendum on the ballot. We voters approved that referendum with an 83% vote yes, 6-1. We did the same in 2012, 6-1. Did our representatives in Congress ever respond to the voters of New Haven? No. Let me ask you, has the board ever asked our Congress people why New Haven students, teachers, and staff have to go without when the military contractors are swimming in gold? that the three of them hand over every year. But why not explain to them that there's much more they could do for our city than the few $1 million they do send us by deciding to drastically cut the war budget and move money to fully fund the needs of New Haven schools? You have to tell them 2 sentences. You have to tell them to make that decision. The voters of New Haven have your backs, 6-1. I urge you to do so as soon as possible.
Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you very much. Megan Fountain, followed by Angela Walden. Good evening. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Megan Fountain. I live at 276 Huntington Street, Ward 19. I wasn't planning to speak today, but I was very moved by the high school students. I've lived on Huntington Street for 14 years in New Hallville. I've lived in New Haven for 21 years, and I grew up in the Boston Public Schools in Boston. My elementary school had no gymnasium. I was thinking about this a couple weeks ago when the Wexler Grant gym was shut down because of mold and poor air quality. In my elementary school, we had no gymnasium. We played sports out on the asphalt parking lot. And in the winter, we pushed aside the desks and did jumping jacks for our physical education. So my mom started coming to these public meetings to testify for supporting our schools. And that's really why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm a community organizer with the New Haven Federation of Teachers. So I just wanted to share a little bit of data about how New Haven school funding is significantly lower than other cities and towns in Connecticut. So I know there's a lot of talk about under-enrollment or declining enrollment. And this year, enrollment actually went up in New Haven, but over the course of many years, it's been going down. This past year, it went up. But regardless of enrollment, we can look at the per pupil funding. So New Haven is at the bottom. There are 105 school districts in Connecticut that spend more per student on the public schools, and only 59 school districts that spend less than New Haven. And even other cities that are classified as distressed municipalities spend more than New Haven. So distressed municipalities are those cities classified by the state of Connecticut because they don't have a sufficient tax base and they have a lot of needs. New Haven was taken off of the distressed municipalities list because New Haven has a growing tax base, even though we still need to tax Yale, as many people have said, and we have a big gap because of what Yale doesn't contribute. But New Haven does have people who can pay into the tax base to fund the schools that our students deserve. Hartford spends more per pupil than New Haven. New London, Norwich, they all spend more per pupil than New Haven. And they have low tax bases and they are classified as distressed municipalities. So that's just a little bit. Thank you very much for your time this evening, and thank you for standing with the students, the teachers, and the paraprofessionals.
Thank you. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening. Thank you. Angela Walder, and then after that, Rebecca Mickelson. And if you have something to give, you can give to Don. Thank you so much. Good evening.
Good evening.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Angela Walter. I live at 419 Valley Street in New Haven. I think Honda is the ward representative.
I think you're probably right.
I'm from New York, so I've lived in Connecticut for over 20 years, but I work at Truman School. I've been a paraprofessional for 8 years, but I just want to piggyback off what everybody was saying about the budget, we make less now, maybe a little bit more than minimum wage. In August, I had to have surgery that prevented me from coming to work. I had a goiter on my windpipe, which could have stopped me from breathing at any time. I didn't return back to work, so I was not paid, okay, for 2 months. And then in the beginning of the year, because I have a disability myself, I had COVID. And instead of going back to work after 5 days, I had to stay home the whole 10 days per my doctor. But the point I'm trying to say is that I'm now being evicted out of my home, okay, because of poor wages. I'm clearly qualified. I have over 129 college credits in human services, psychology. I do pullouts now. Enrichment for literacy. I have been in classrooms where the behavior is not even the issue there. IEPs, 504, packed to the minimum, and less staff. I do what I do because it's a calling. Because I could clearly get a job somewhere else. I mean, I'm not saying that I do what I do because it's clearly a calling from God. I love children. I understand what it takes to build families and communities. I used to do literacy when I was at Bernard, and what I did was math enrichment. So if we're telling our kids that knowledge and education is power, and we're telling them winners never quit, how are we not supporting them
1 minute
in the budget and the finance? If we say your attitude is your altitude and it determines how high you fly, why are we not supporting the budget and then some? Why do parents have to go to housing court? Why do we have to work all day, stressed out all day, work 2 or 3 jobs just to ask for a fair wage? I'm 60 years old. I might not look at it, but I'm considered a senior citizen. At the end of this month, I might be homeless. Why? Because I can't afford, because I'm not being paid my worth. So I beg you, I applaud you, not to even accept the mayors, but to reach the pinnacle. Because all of you, if you don't have children, you have grandchildren. And we know education is knowledge. And that sets us apart. And with our knowledge, we can do all things, right? Because guess what? You can't take our knowledge from us. Thank you so much for hearing my testimony. I pray that you will really consider and listen.
And before you leave, thank you so much. Questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you again.
I'm sorry, I
time
didn't
this evening.
want to take over. I got a little excited. I thought I was going to preach.
Rebecca Mickelson, followed by Rolando Hernandez. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, everybody. How are you?
Good.
My name is Rebecca Mickelson. I live at 131 French Ave, East Haven. I am a New Haven public school teacher. I teach art at Dr. Reginald Mayo Early Childhood School. And I'm here to address, as many people have, the financial needs of our schools at the present time. Our school is looking at closing several classrooms due to a decrease in funding, low enrollment, and the one benefit of this situation is that now I, as an art teacher, actually get an art room. A brand new building was built barely to fit the size of our preschoolers, and without an art and a music room. So human beings survive and thrive because of being a social species that functions in a community-based manner. And there's a lot that, as I learn more and more about the history of, the country and the community that I live in, where we don't treat that as a priority. And, as I look at the issues that people in the older grades are talking about, social emotional needs, intellectual needs, all of these things, every single time a problem comes up, I can look at it and say, this stemmed from an unmet need somewhere. But the reason humans have survived and thrived is because of how we, somewhere in our nature, care for each other's needs. And as people have said, the money exists to provide for needs, because right now, needs come with a paywall. So the way to meet needs in our current system, I don't know exactly how to fix that, but currently in our system, finances means needs get met. Lack of finances means needs do not get met. And when I look at my preschoolers and I see them having, behaviors and struggles and things that make their lives difficult, and it's hard on their peers to be in that kind of environment, and it's hard for teachers. We are not superheroes, and the platitudes are well-intentioned, but they are misguided because sometimes people forget that we have limits, we have needs, and we have a bandwidth maximum. And when I feel like I can't address the needs of all the students I have in my room, I know that my students are not being fully served. So the money exists, students have needs, teachers have needs, so we need to get the money to support those needs. So I'm just here to ask that you really consider how we prioritize our community and what our community needs, so that by the time my kids are in high school, we're not looking at the type of situations that some of our high school teachers are dealing with, and middle school teachers and such. So that's what I've come here to share with you today.
Thank you so much. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening.
Thank you.
Orlando Hernandez, followed by Sydney Collins, rather. Orlando Hernandez. All right, and then Sydney Collins. Okay, and after Sydney Collins will be Adrian Gold. Ngo, I think is the last name. I may not have pronounced that correctly. Name and address for the record, please.
Sydney Collins, 708 Orange Street. Hi, my name is Sydney Collins. I'm a member of Sunrise New Haven and a New Haven resident. New Haven, or Sunrise New Haven, is a local chapter of a national climate movement of young people to amplify climate action on a local and federal level. There was an awesome group of students back there with New Haven Climate Movement that were holding up a bunch of posters. They're super awesome and very inspirational. And I testified today to amplify local demands of New Haven Climate Movement to invest in climate action for the city of New Haven. The New Haven Climate Movement sent a letter to Mayor Elicker in 2024 outlining this year's demands to continue working towards the goal of net zero carbon by 2030, as instated by the 2019 Climate Emergency Resolution. I want to amplify 3 of the demands that relate to the budget and investing in climate action. New Haven Climate Movement asks, first, to budget annual climate funds, $200,000 per year, to hire additional staff necessary to accelerate transportation, building, and energy work, and achieve tangible greenhouse gas reduction goals. This investment would also attract additional state and federal funds. 2, continue to advocate for the Board of Education as we continue this budgeting process to allocate $300,000 per year for 3 climate coordinators, including staff and consultants to lead energy, sustainability, and transportation efforts, and climate education efforts. These hired coordinators will help schools become leaders in climate justice and ensure the protection of our future. Lastly, work with community groups to place a special climate fund referendum on the November 2024 New Haven ballot later this year to build broader community support for climate action and gather funds for climate investment in years to come. This referendum would require including $6 million in climate funds per year in the annual budget over the next 20 years, as this was done in Ann Arbor. We, Sunrise New Haven and New Haven Climate Movement, hope that you thoroughly consider these demands, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening.
Thank you.
So next is Adrian Ngo. I think the next person would be Magali Cajigas, but I may have that wrong, from 86 Dell Drive, New Haven.
name and address you were.
Adrian Gutto, and I live at 424 Whitney Avenue. Okay. So I come forward today because I have noticed that since my stay here at New Haven, which I've grown to really love and really enjoy, there have been a lot of traffic violations, people running red lights. And I, as a PA student of Yale, have seen during my clinical rotations, patients coming in after traffic violence, people particularly running red lights. And I also have had personal instances of seeing people run red lights right before my eyes. And it really is, it is really scary just because I fear that one day I might hear a phone call that one of my friends has passed away from, someone running a red light. And so I really hope that you will consider in the budget to install red traffic lights, cameras throughout the city, particularly in South Frontage Road, York Street, and other high traffic violence areas. And I'm hoping that with installing these traffic lights, we can have safer streets and also generate some revenue for the city as well. And that's all I have for you today. Thank you so much for your time.
Well, thank you for your time. Are there questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Magali Cajigas, I think is the name, 86 Del Drive. Magali Cajigas?
Magali Cajigas.
Okay, and after you will be Sam Lesko. Name and address for the record, please.
Magali Cajigas, 86 Del Drive, New Haven.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Alders. Thank you for hosting this event this evening and allowing us to give testimony. Dear Alders, I am speaking on behalf of the Cultural Affairs Commission as the new chair of this group. I am looking to advocate for more funding for this department. The department led by Adrian Jefferson has been doing a phenomenal work and job in elevating the importance of our arts and culture here in the city of New Haven. Even though the team is a small team, they have been able to coordinate projects related to ARPA funds, cultural collaborations with different artists, artist groups, and work with artists who are entrepreneurs. The cultural collaborations have brought much attention to the city of New Haven. For example, collaborations with groups such as Puerto Ricans United, Inc., which hosted the New Haven Puerto Rican Festival in 2023, brought to downtown New Haven Green approximately 15,000 people. People who enjoyed the arts, the cuisine, and the atmosphere that downtown New Haven has to offer. I say all this because with the power of our Cultural Affairs Commission brings to light the importance of having and celebrating arts in our community, especially in our communities of color. The arts has a healing power, a power of togetherness. To help this power grow, we need to give more support to those doing the work to elevate our arts and cultural presence. More funding is needed for this department to grow in its capacity and make more projects come to fruition. How can we continue to elevate the titles of New Haven rated #1 for this or that if we don't give support to the department that is working tirelessly to make this happen? And just to add a quick note, in regards to the educational component that I've heard on and on again this evening. My daughter is an alum of co-op. She attends Western State University up in Danbury. She's an arts major, a theater major, and her hope is to come back and be a theater teacher in the New Haven Public Schools. So I say all this because with the work that the Cultural Affairs Commission is doing, the collaborations that have been made, we are elevating the arts component and culture here in the city to a whole other level. But to continue doing that, we need more funding, and we also hope to have possibility of adding more staff to this current team. So I do thank you for the consideration and the opportunity to speak on this matter.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening.
Thank you.
Samantha Leska, and after will be Sandra Shaner. Good evening. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Sam Leska. I live at 28 Chapel Street, Ward 26. I'm coming to you tonight as a teacher. I currently teach at Elm City Montessori School in New Haven. I'm also a resident, a voter, and I just enrolled my child in New Haven Public Schools for the very first time. So I'm speaking to you as somebody who has lots of identities invested in our schools. I also used to teach before I taught at Elm City Montessori School at New Haven Academy and Clinton Avenue School. In 2019, though, I left teaching in New Haven Public Schools after being shuffled around due to budget cuts. Despite living here and wanting to teach in this community, I couldn't withstand the instability and like not knowing what was happening. And so I left and I went to Westport Public Schools. And it is a different world there. And it's not different because the kids are different. They are the same. They are smart, they're sweet, they're mischievous, they're hardworking. They're the same as our kids. But what is different is their resources. And they're abundant. They have paras, they have librarians that curate technology, that have research databases for children. They have custodians who have what they need to maintain their buildings. Teachers and students have resources and materials that they need and more. And in a district that is already so lucky to have families that can provide so much for their children, the schools still go above and beyond to ensure that their kids have what they need to thrive. And despite all of this, I came back to New Haven. And I came back because I wanted to reinvest myself in a community, in my community, in the community where my child is going to go to school. And I came back because I believe in the potential of our kids in New Haven, and I know you all do too.
1 minute.
And in coming back, the differences have really been stark. Things that I've dealt with this year: leaking roofs, lack of educational platforms, no librarian in my school, no parents to help students who desperately need it. And I'm here to ask you tonight to fully fund Dr. Negron's budget just to keep the lights on. And while I do not envy your position right now, deciding whether or not to fund your schools, I can empathize with the plight of having to make a lot of tough choices as a teacher. So before you make your choice, I urge you to think about the long-term outcomes school spending has on our students and therefore on the city of New Haven. According to a Northwestern Institute for Policy Research policy brief in 2017, for every additional dollar invested in schools, there is a return on investment of about $2 in additional future earnings by the student. And students exposed to a 10% spending increase had a 7% higher wages as adults and a 3 percentage point lower risk of adult poverty. So sometimes it seems easiest to take a seemingly small chunk of money out of a large budget by cutting that small chunk, but that will have negative impacts on our children in our community. So please, please consider prioritizing this investment in our children's education. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening. I'd like to recognize our colleague, Alder Evelyn Rodriguez, who's joined us. Sandra Shaner is next, followed by Jerry Mounds. Yeah, those are the next two folks. Sandra Shaner. Name and address for record.
Hello, I'm Sandra Shaner. I live at 207 Maple Street, Ward 22. And I'm here in support of the mayor's proposed budget increase for the Parks Department and the reinstatement of Parks as a standalone department. I live a block from Edgewood Park. I am literally in the park every single day that I am in town. We as a city are blessed with a lot of wonderful parks all around the city. Some neighborhoods have less acreage than others, but we've been guilty for decades of disinvesting in the maintenance of our parks. A March 8th article in the Yale Daily News, not a reference I typically use, but the only place I could find it, was quoting a statement by the current chair of our Board of Park Commissioners that when he joined the board in 1993, there were about 110 parks employees. The mayor's budget of this year documents that in fiscal year 2007, there were only 68 full-time employees, 7 part-time. And in the 2019-2020 approved budget, there were only 58 full-time employees, 2 part-time employees. I don't really think that between 93 and the present that the amount of maintenance has dropped by 47%. And since I've lived in my house for 20 odd years, I'm in the park literally every day. You can see it. So I do support the standalone department, his request for more boots on the ground to do the work. That's it, Thank you for letting me speak.
You're welcome, and thank you for being here. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening.
Thank you, Sam.
Next is Jerry Bounds, followed by Luke Melanakos Harrison. Good evening. Name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Moss, and I live, that's okay, and I'm used to it. And I live 1953 Whitney Avenue, North Haven. However, my family is as far back as the early 1900s, where my great-grandfather was caretaker of East Rock Park. We're very deeply rooted in the New Haven community, and I've worked, worshipped, lived, volunteered in New Haven all of my life, fairly much. I'm here today representing Friends of the Green, and I'm the organizer for the volunteers, and we are also here to support the standalone Parks Department, and just ask you to please also allow for additional staff to maintain the parks so they are safe and clean and able to be enjoyed by your constituents as well as those of us that work or spend a lot of time in New Haven.
Thank you for that testimony. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on the list is Luke Melanakos Harrison, followed by Abby Feldman. Good evening. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, everyone. Luke Melanakos Harrison, 699 Elm Street. I want to speak to the mayor's budget proposal regarding LCI, Local Cities Initiative, particularly its housing code enforcement function. Many of you, I'm sure, know that New Haven has a history of things like tenants dying from apartment fires, permanent disability, and child endangerment from dangerous lead poisoning, unusually high rates of asthma among our tenant population from poor housing conditions and high rates of mold. And for many tenants in the community, just the daily grind of paying too much for apartments that are in really poor condition. This is all relevant to LCI because LCI is the body tasked with enforcing housing code for tenants in the city, which make up 70% of the residents of New Haven. Over the past several months, the Connecticut Tenants Union, of which I'm the vice president, has been working closely with the mayor's office because Mayor Elliker and his staff reached out to us to get ideas about how LCI could function better for tenants as a result of tenant unions organizing in the city and really shedding light on the problems in the gaps in housing code enforcement. And we're glad that the mayor's office has adopted a number of our proposals, not only about the additional staffing, but also about administrative reforms to how LCI runs, to be more transparent and accountable and accessible to tenants. Things like automatically providing inspection reports, requiring tenant certification of an inspection, giving the public more access to housing code violation data, and improving technology that will enable inspectors to be more effective in the field. But all of that is also, it requires the 7 positions that have been proposed by the mayor, 5 inspectors, 1 admin, 1 lawyer, to make LCI actually function as it needs to in order to bring the standard of living and housing quality up for, again, the 70% of New Haven residents who are tenants. So at the previous hearings, this committee has raised valid concerns about LCI's internal functioning and, are the resources that we already have being used properly. And I just wanted to bring to the attention of this body the work that we have been doing with the mayor's office to address those concerns, and now the contract with Lee and Brennan to bring in an outside perspective on how LCI is functioning. All of those things are great. We're really glad to see that happen. The funding is needed, though. There's simply not enough staff to meet the need of New Haven residents, which is why this proposal for 7 more positions is so important. Last thing I want to say is just that LCI is the bottleneck for housing code enforcement. If you can't get an LCI inspection, you can't take your landlord to court and pay rent into court for severe health and safety violations. You also can't utilize the Fair Rent Commission for code enforcement issues. So if you can't get that inspection from LCI, you can't use any of the other resources that are available to you as a tenant to enforce housing code. I just want to make sure that this committee understands the important role that LCI plays for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening. Abby Feldman, followed by Lauren Alulis. Good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Name and address for the record.
My name is Abby Feldman. I live at 17 Stevenson Road. Thank you for having us all this evening. I was born and raised in New Haven. I am now the lead organizer for New Haven Rising, and I believe this is the 3rd and final public hearing with the Finance Committee for the city's budget. The common threads we've been hearing about are housing, schools, services for youth and seniors, and those are the same issues that New Haven Rising canvassers hear about every year as we knock on doors across the city, whether for elections or neighborhood issues. The other common thread we hear on the doors is how unfair it is for our city to subsidize Yale University, one of the richest and most powerful institutions in the world, while our residents show up, like tonight, again and again, asking for basic needs to be met. What makes this even more poignant right now is the recent Yale slavery report that we've been hearing about, where Yale admits in some ways how it has prospered from slave labor and recognizes its part in barring the first Black college from opening in New Haven over 100 years ago or more, I don't remember. How different would our city look today if members of the Black community had had that resource? Instead, most people in New Haven are still recovering from the pandemic, are bracing ourselves for whatever the next crisis is, and meanwhile, Yale is doing just fine. In fact, Yale is thriving. We are reminded of this ongoing inequality in every budget cycle when this committee is forced to make tough choices to where our resources are allocated. And we know our members of the board are working hard. Residents and community leaders are working hard. We are all working hard to make our city and our communities a great place to live. We are pulling our weight. Is Yale? I think it's time for Yale to pay its fair share. Their over $40 billion endowment should go to fund some of these things that people are bringing up tonight. And it's time we stand together and demand that we get our fair share. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening. Lauren Halubas, followed by Zachariah Poffel. Zachariah Postle. Good evening. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Lauren Lewis. I live at 1455 State Street, and I live in Ward 10. So, broken appliances, lack of heat in the winter, fires, leaks, mold, collapsing infrastructure, lead poisoning, tripping and falling in a hallway that has a worked floor, and spraining your ankle so you need ligament surgery. That last one is mine, it's personal. These are all problems that I've encountered under ocean management. Never pick up the phone and never respond. I went to LCI to get help, and I got an inspector. They came and looked at what was wrong, they documented it, and it took a really long time to get the report. LCI is criminally underfunded right now, and institutions are only as good as they're funded and as good as they are staffed. And right now, it's staffed and funded to fail. And so there needs to be a lot more accountability on the part of landlords and people who are housing the citizens of New Haven. And a start to that would be staffing LCI the way it needs to be staffed to protect our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening. Zachariah Postle, followed by Elizabeth Walker. Good evening.
Hi there.
Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, so thank you for having me. My name is Zachariah Postle, and I live at 1455 State Street. It's in Cedar Hill, Ward 10. And I'm here today as a new member of the Connecticut Tenants Union, advocating in support of increasing the budget for LCI in New Haven. I feel that it's a very important thing that touches, the lives of nearly everybody in New Haven on some level or another. At the time, I currently live in an apartment complex that is, to put it mildly, incredibly poorly run. And this is nothing new in New Haven. It's nothing new in a lot of cities, in the US. 2 years ago, I didn't feel this way. I actually felt that I found a place that, 2 years ago when I moved in with my partner, was actually a great deal. It was a place that offered space, pretty decent amenities. It was actually at or below market rate. I didn't feel like it was actively maiming me or harming me. But this perception changed over time. And when we started talking to our neighbors, we heard the same thing over and over again. We gradually learned that the same things were happening in apartments across the city. And this is becoming increasingly high profile. And when it came time to, fix our issues and to advocate on behalf of ourselves and our neighbors, it increasingly became impossible with our management. So we turned to LCI and, repeated issues. These were infrastructural things. These were water damage, exposure to the elements, bugs, lack of heat. And when we went to LCI, they tried their best. They were helpful, but they were woefully, understaffed. And, they really tried to do as much as possible, but the timelines were just, incredibly, stressful and demanding for them. And, from what I could see, they clearly need more staff. They need more policing mechanisms on the back end. They need more, on the legal side of things in order to actually enforce things. And they clearly need just more staff and more inspectors, most of all. The inspector who worked with us was absolutely fantastic. I've got nothing but great things to say about them. But even he, after he left our residence, said, it's going to take a couple weeks. And even then, he told me you're going to have to advocate on your behalf and follow through on deadlines and timelines that are not going to be very opaque. So we need more support in this area, and we need to, we really need to, heavily support increasing funding for LCI. That's where I stand today. So thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Walker is next, followed by Eluned Lee. Good evening.
Good evening.
Name, be careful. Name and address for the record.
Brett. Elizabeth Walker, I live at 796 George Street, and I'd like to speak to the problems with financing the schools in various different ways. I looked up federal funding, and in 2020, there was the Rebuild America's Schools Act that was passed, providing $100 billion for infrastructure maintenance and repair. And there's also another program that's called the Research and Development Infrastructure Grant Program. That's from last year. So I think the city could reach out for money to those, whatever you call them, ideas, right? And also I heard just tonight that 9 schools have their libraries closed, which means that many other schools have librarians. Why can't librarians split their days? Or go, some days here, some days there? And so that these 9 schools can open their library doors. Just simple creative ideas like that can solve a lot of problems. And I didn't look up any federal programs that might fund salaries for schools, but there may also be programs for those as well. The library here, I know that Sumner White wrote many grants, wrote a lot of grant money to keep the library open 7 days a week. So, and that was, well, I don't know, it was quite a while ago, but nonetheless, there must be money available, through grant programs for our institutions, our schools, this and that, right? Because schools are, as we know, the foundation really for our future citizens. And I lived in the ghetto for like 20 years. And really, friendliness, intelligent conversation, uplifts the community, no end, literally, day after day, to add civil interaction in your community will solve a lot of problems. And I think, things that happen in our schools obviously are incredibly important in that regard. Our students are our future. Yeah, so to cut that budget and to raise the budget for the parks, I love my parks, but plants grow. You just need a lawnmower, really, to it's not that hard to take care of a park. I'm so sorry to inform everybody, but I go to Edgewood Park every day, okay? And, yeah, all right.
Thank you for your comments. Questions from colleagues?
Nothing. Okay.
Thank you for your time this evening.
I hope the future improves in every regard.
Okay. Next on the list is Eluned Lee, 22 Nickel Street, and then Ed Juarez. Good evening. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Eluned Lee. I live at 22 Nickel Street in Ward 9. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. I'm just here to echo the thoughts of all the people who spoke before me, to find the things that the people of New Haven really need. I've had lots of community conversations with New Haven Rising, the CCPU, and some amazing faces. And the New Haven City is so real for everything from affordable safe housing, public schools, after-school opportunities for young people, subsidies for local employment, public infrastructure, and support for programs that make New Haven such a special, welcoming city. Taxing yield would take some of the pressure off of lower-income homeowners, and funding LCI would dramatically reduce. living costs, and decrease pressure on parents and keep the hard workers of the city out of housing court. More specifically, I'm here to advocate. In the first year, I've recorded that we may be living through an unstable climate system, a move towards finally meeting some of our goals, by diverting 1% of the city's budget toward climate mitigation and adaptation, as well as providing more support for the Office of Climate Sustainability to exercise more oversight in decisions made about infrastructure, employment programs, energy, and buildings. I want to emphasize that climate is not an issue, but as Alex Steffen writes, it's the central context for every important long-term material decision anyone is making anywhere in the world now. We have to consider how to live in that world, one with hotter and more dangerous summers, more flooding, stronger storms, pollution both in and outdoors, impacting our kids and elders. And we have to really mobilize our funds and energy to change in the brief window we still have. The United Nations Climate Chief has stated that we have 2 years left to save the world, and while it matters that we continue to work for years to come to deal with these challenges, we need to grab these years with both hands and think about the legacy for our kids and generations to come after. We are not guaranteed a stable climate, and it's our job, and in my personal belief, our God-given duty to steward this land safely and with great care so that we can continue 50 years from now to hold these meetings and make these important promises to our community.
1 minute.
Thank you so much for standing with the people of New Haven and for listening to me. I'm sorry I'm so nervous and I talk fast.
Well, you did fine, so thank you for your time. Questions from colleagues? Have a good evening. Ed Juarez, followed by Elio Cruz. Name and address for the record, please.
Ed Juarez, 47 Winthrop Avenue. I came here to testify previously, and based on everything that I've heard from both fellow high schoolers and teachers, it seems that our schools are not overfunded. They're actually, no lies, they are overfunded. We have barely any teachers. Our students aren't getting an adequate education as opposed to like other districts like Greenwich, who has like very advanced curriculums along with more funding, which in a way we can, using critical thinking skills, we can use the fact that more funding equals better classes and better environments for the students. So for us in New Haven to have a very prestigious and at that an Ivy League right in the heart of downtown, and for us to still be in a way suffering from not getting the funding, we're not getting any funding in our school, so we are suffering with poor ventilation. Our windows are supposed to be bulletproof, but in a way, they don't give us any ventilation. We don't have proper ventilation in our schools, first of all. And our overall environment is horrible. I talked to one of the teachers from my old middle school, and she's talking about how middle schoolers are vaping in the halls and in the bathrooms. So for that to be a thing, to have middle schoolers, we're talking around like 12 to 13-year-olds, probably younger, vaping in our schools because we can't like get proper educations, that kids have to rely on drugs in school. They go to school to learn, but they're doing drugs. So what is that saying to their futures? Are we basically just telling our kids don't focus on studies, but to do drugs? We have to emphasize the fact that our education is very important. I am someone who is about to graduate. I have a sister who recently went into the system. She is currently in 2nd grade, and for her to have to deal with these horrible conditions in school, I don't feel like that's fair. I've lived through those conditions, and it's not a good environment to be in. First of all, it wears you down a lot, and it doesn't make you want to study. If anything, like those middle schoolers are doing, it would probably make you go the opposite direction. So I would just like to help to get more funding to our schools, because this is completely unacceptable for us. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening. Thank you. Next on the list is Elio Cruz, followed by Robert Mignosa. And before Mr. Cruz begins, let me recognize our colleague, Alder Brian Lee, who has joined us. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Elio Cruz, and I live 389 Winthrop Avenue, New Haven.
Thank you.
Just agreeing with my coworkers about buying more equipment for fire departments. I've been working in the fire department for 3 years and a half now. And I noticed upper management has been buying some equipment, but we need more. We definitely need more equipment. We definitely, you guys got to invest in the parks, more money, so we can get a better equipment and we can build fire parks for our residents. We also think like we need another mechanic, because when we separate from, we become one department now, we need our trucks to be fixed and our machines to be fixed, our mowers to be fixed. We just cannot, like for example, I'm on East Shore, we only got one mower now, one broke down. It is a brand new mower, but now we back to one mower. East Shore Lighthouse is a big area to take care of it. So more investment on the equipment. I know it's gonna cost our money, but it's gonna make our job easy. And we can get more production. If we look at the right equipment, we can get more production. Also, I think upper management needs to put the right persons in upper positions. If we're gonna change our department, you need to get the right person doing the job. If you're promoting guys that have no passion for this, then we go nowhere. We can be hiring 100 players. If they're just gonna come here and just not do anything, not to work, I mean, we'll be able to change the department. You gotta come here and you gotta have passion for this, you gotta work. You gotta, like our teachers do. If you want to earn money, you gotta work. And that's what I do. I come here to work. The former persons, they had to be a work performance, not just person that just drive around. That's why we got supervisors. Supervisors have the person who's got to drive around, see what needs to be done. Also, we are like 20 caretakers. Out of the 20 caretakers, full-timers, probably 14 or 10, we really work.
1 minute.
Because other guys are doing some different things, you know. But being on the field, probably like 14 guys, I would say. We also need to create some special projects. There's a lot of small projects that we can do on parks. We are qualified to that. I did construction for probably 20 years. I have a CDL with Class A. I could be driving a truck, but I love doing this. I love doing landscaping. So, and I have passion for the city. Since I moved from New York, since I moved from Ecuador to this country, I always want to work for the city. And I guess 2 years ago, my dream has become reality. And I just want to give my 100% to this beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening. Thank you. Robert Mignosa. Don, is this the final sheet? Okay. So this is the last person who has signed up to testify this evening. There will be, an opportunity for folks who didn't sign up who wish to testify to come forward. We'll ask for that after Mr. Mignosa's testimony. Name and address for the record, please.
Robert Mignosa, 190 Worcester Street, New Haven. So I'm here on behalf of Local 3144 to advocate for the superintendent's budget request. Unfortunately, our union president was supposed to be here today, but she's under the weather, so she called me about an hour ago, 2 hours ago. On a personal note, I am a management policy analyst at Parks and Public Works. I am, again, Local 3144's treasurer, and the way I've lived in New Haven all my life, I've gone to New Haven Public Schools all my life. I went from West Hills to Conti West Hills to New Haven Academy. And New Haven Academy, if you all don't know, every junior, they try to place in a 2 to 3 week unpaid internship. I was lucky enough to be placed in accounting for the city of New Haven. And within 2 weeks, they offered me a paid internship. And it went from being a job to a career. I've been here 15 years now, next month. And I will always advocate for New Haven Public Schools and the staff, faculty, teachers, administration, because I owe my career to this school system. And it made me the man I am today. So I will always advocate for more money for schools, because I know that they don't get paid enough, and they did an amazing job trying to teach us the right thing and to think critically. On a side note, talking on behalf of myself, not the union, again, I'd like to advocate for the deputy for policy management grants. With Michael Gormley leaving soon, it's needed more than ever, because he was doing the job of more than one person. And I'm not talking just when he was acting controller. If somebody thinks he was overpaid, they are clueless, because he was putting in the hours, and everyone knows, because every single department's going, what are we going to do without Michael Gormley? So I would strongly advocate for that position, because we need as much help as we can get when it comes to finance and management and handling all these different personnel matters. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening.
Thank you.
So that is the end of the list of people who signed up to testify. But there's still an opportunity to testify if you did not sign up. Is there a member of the public here who wishes to testify on the mayor's proposed budget for next fiscal year? Please come forward. And after you come forward and give us your name and address and testify, we'll ask you to write your name down for our staff right behind you. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Nelson Vera. I live at 66 Orange Street in New Haven, Connecticut. One of the reasons I wanted to come down is to advocate for our parks, to give us a chance to fix them up, put them in a better position that they currently are in. The group that I work with is New Haven Youth Soccer, which has just turned 40 years of existence in New Haven. We're a group that at the current time has about 340 players that are playing with us this spring in various capacities, both travel teams and in our recreation program. One of the things we've been running into for the most part is just the lack of, or the condition of our fields. They're very inadequate, unsafe to play at times. Getting permits, our league starts playing games around our immediate area about the beginning of April. We cannot have home games until the third week of May, which means we have to go to other towns to play our games for the season. This is something we run into the last couple of years. And, it's a shame because we can continue to grow. We can continue, and using schools gyms for the short term has been a little difficult in their condition. We were one of the places we were having practices at was one of the schools that was recently shut down for safety issues, West LeGrand. We had to kind of ask the city for other schools to use in the meantime, because we're still not able to play or get permits to play on all the fields that we have here in New Haven, specifically East Shore Park, which I'm sure you're pretty familiar with. And we're trying to help push along our program, because sports is an integral part of our city. Not just soccer, but basketball, football, and I can't advocate enough as a parent that has a child who's a senior in high school, a 9-year-old who goes to Nathan Hale now and plays soccer as well, and some of the people on this panel have kids that have played soccer with us. I know of at least 2 or 3. So that's what I came here, is to speak a little bit about that, and hopeful that the program keeps the budget allows us to keep improving those things, especially with our parks, not just for soccer but all sports.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from colleagues?
I have one.
Alder Punzo.
Thank you, Matt.
Chair.
Why can't you get permits for your fields? Did they give you a reason?
Their condition, we can't have them lined, they need to be flattened out. There's a lot of things that go into preparing a soccer field.
I realize that.
And, you know, East Shore Park is a park that does retain a lot of water. So it does have to be prepped. You know, kids will beat up those fields pretty good, you know, and occasionally we have a motorcycle come through and beat it up too. So those are some of the challenges we run into.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Alder Punzo. Further questions? Seeing none, have a good evening.
Thank you.
And if you would write your name down for our staff, for the record. Are there any other residents here who wish to testify on the mayor's proposed budget for next fiscal year? Anyone here wishing to testify on the mayor's proposed budget for next fiscal year? Last call. Anyone here wishing to testify on the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2024-25? Seeing none, a motion is appropriate.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
make a motion to close this portion of public hearing.
Second.
A motion's been made to close the public portion, the public hearing portion of this meeting. It's been seconded. Any discussion of that motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The motion carries. The public hearing is closed. And not just for this evening, this was the third and final public hearing on the mayor's proposed budget. Residents who wish to give their feedback can of course reach out to their alders, but now we've concluded our public hearing on the item. We're going to briefly, in a few moments, we're going to move on to the second half of our meeting, which are the workshops with the special service districts and with the departments of the Community Services Administration. But we're going to take a brief pause, recess for, let's say 9 minutes. That's a precise number. I'm saying 8:05 is my goal for when we will reconvene. In the meantime, we are in recess. Okay.
Right. Oh, you forgot to tell me about something. We had the,
What they called you?
after they sent it,
But your name is on it.
not the one that they sent, the one that they're gonna mail, but she already emailed.
They can just, they can email it to me.
I don't think she's doing that. Oh, she already emailed it, now she's gonna make another one to send.
They told me that, this is still on.
No.
I don't know how
The one that they mailed. Ed.
to press this.
Yeah.
I got it misunderstood.
Or pause.
Pause. They will call you if you want to go on it. And they're going to send
Are we
it
still
right
recording? So there's two parts. It's, they had to email it to Ohio. And then you're mailing.
Okay.
So the one that they emailed, she had already did it and sent it. And then I guess that's when Al realized,
Okay.
I don't want to go to
Good evening. We're bringing this meeting back into session. We have concluded the public hearing portion of these proceedings. We're now going to move forward with the Special Services District's workshops. And the order in which they're listed is Grand Avenue, Chapel West, Town Green, and Whaley Avenue. I don't know if they're coming together or separately, but now's the time for Special Services Districts. Looks like they're coming as a group.
Look out.
Good evening, gentlemen. When you are all settled, we'll take your names and addresses for the record.
Eric Gonzalez, 1523 Chapel Street, New York, Connecticut.
My name is Mike Romay. I'm 106 Morgan Avenue in East Haven. It's my residence, but I work at and here representing Chapel West.
Wynn Davis, Executive Director, Town Green District, representing Town Green at 900 Chapel, living at 39 Beardsley Parkway in Troy.
Okay. So if you have paper for us, why don't we just go ahead and get that passed out? And once we have that all distributed, then we can do that. Sorry. And we'll just take a few moments to do that.
The only thing I thought was our budget.
That's fine.
Do you have that, or, because I had sent.
We'll see if it's in our packet.
And if so, I did not make more copies.
We can make
for
more
everybody.
copies. Our staff will assist you.
I have 5 copies.
You know what? Green.
Move that along. This is great. We'll need more copies of this. This is not enough.
I'll pass that on. More town.
There should be 17 copies of both Town Green and Grand Avenue.
More. Grand Avenue.
Yes, we do need more. Here's more Grand Avenue. And I see that our Whaley Avenue Special Services Director has joined us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Alan McCullum, 500 Whaley Avenue.
Thank you. So if you just want to give us the whole.
Yeah.
Okay. He will make it. This one is Chapel West. There's 3 copies here.
Oh, that's nice.
All right, you're getting all the paper.
There's 2. Would you take one and pass it down, sir? Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. This one is the Whaley Avenue. This is okay. Whaley Avenue. Okay, well, look, most of the papers are passed out, but there's a few that are still copies being made. But why don't we go and get started? And the way it's listed is Grand Avenue, Chapel West, Town Green, and Whaley. So do you want to just go in that order? So, Grand Avenue.
Hello, good evening, everyone, and thank you for your time. Thank you for being patient with us for the paperwork, and just want to say I'm very grateful for the opportunity that I have. I came in as president, currently I'm manager for Grand Avenue Special Service District, and it's been a wonderful, wonderful time getting to know face-to-face the commercial uh, properties, the business owners, property owners, and working with them to just figure out what they need. Grand Avenue wasn't as active the last couple of years, but with our meetings that we've had the last couple of years, months, getting to know the departments, in a way, somewhat of a democracy school, just to see, what can we do? Businesses are very positive about the changes that they've seen and the ones that we're working towards. And so it's been really wonderful for the businesses, property owners, the community also has been very responsive towards the changes that we've seen on Grand Avenue.
So we need to talk about the budget and the mill rate.
Mill rate will stay the same. A lot of the changes we found that didn't require raising the mill rate. It's been just meeting with city departments, seeing what resources we can bring back to the neighborhood, back to the district. And so through the mill rate, went up a little bit from last year. It's 46,325. And then we also applied for a NIA grant. And thanks to the city, we were allotted for 60,000, which we're looking to put more towards our projects. Things that we want to do, power washing, painting on the avenue. We want to fill the avenue with murals. A lot of metal gates have graffitis, and so we're looking to remove the graffiti, put up beautiful murals for customers to see and the businesses as well.
Thank you for that. You had a meeting of your board of directors, what's the name of the committee that oversees your SSD?
Grand Avenue Special Service District, or?
Like you had a vote to approve this?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Why don't we move ahead to the next special services district, and then we'll ask the questions at the end. So now we're gonna talk about Chapel West.
Okay. Good evening, and thank you for having us back. I put forth a budget for this coming year. Our mill rate stays the same, and it's basically what I call a zero-based budget. Everything we have is getting put right back into the district. This past year, we've done quite a bit and expanded on quite a bit of projects that we've done in the past. Our budget was a little bit more, and we did a lot of things. There was a lot of street lamps throughout our district that were inoperative over the years, here and there, in a lot of different spot places. When they replaced the sidewalks and what have you, power's been cut, and it leaves little pockets here and there. And we actually turned around, hired our own electrician who went and restored all the power to all the street lights. We're just about finished with that project. We also, this past year, for the first time in quite a few years, we were able to do some holiday lights going up and down Chapel, which we actually purchased our own decorations. We thought like a little over 2 years or 2 times the use it would pay for it versus renting. So I don't know if anybody went down there through the night. It was very festive looking and quite noticeable. We also changed our office. We moved a couple of doors down, which cost us a little bit money, but there was a deli next door, or bakery next door, and they were looking to expand. The person next to us actually had vacated a little smaller office, but it was not in the greatest condition. But so we were asked to move, which we did. We wanted to see people expanding in the district. It was a great great fit for them, and they're in the process of expanding their business, and we got a brand new office out of it because we had to renovate the whole thing. So that was a little different. And what we've been getting into is putting more money into marketing for the merchants, just promoting the area. We started meeting with the merchants, having like a monthly kind of get together to hear what their ideas are on how to promote their businesses and what Chapel West, between our social media and everything, how we can help them promote the area. And, other than that, we had, our usual banners and posters have been replaced. And we're looking to kind of upgrade on what we have. During COVID, we kind of took a step back on saving. We had some struggles financially, and as we're recouping from that, and as the district is thriving again, we're trying to upgrade the planters and the painting of all the light posts and globes and all that kind of stuff. And that's what we're about.
Do you happen to know what the mill rate is?
Oh, I'm sorry. The mill rate is staying the same, 2.5.
2.5. Okay. And that was approved by a meeting of your...
We had our annual meeting last March, last month. It was like the last Thursday in March,
okay.
And this budget was unanimously approved by the board.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Town Green?
I don't understand what you meant, Mr. Chair. Sorry about that. Thank you very much for hearing us this evening. The Town Green Special Services District is very pleased to be here before you today. We request the approval of the mill rate of 2.19, which is a 0.05 increase over the last year. Our board met on March 23rd, I want to say, and unanimously approved this budget. And then our property owners met on the 16th of this month, 2 days ago, and they approved the mill rate. So I would love to entertain any questions from the committee.
And you shall. After we hear from Whaley Avenue, and we'll take questions after all 4 of you have presented. Thank you very much.
Good evening, esteemed Board of Aldermen. As I said, I'm Al McComb from the Whaley Avenue Special Service District. Our committees have met, and we have approved an increase to our district mill rate from 2.167 to 2.340, which is a 8% increase. I listed about 5 reasons why we are looking for this particular increase, but there's actually a lot more. I didn't want to take up a lot of time talking about it. I'll just talk briefly about some of the changes first. We sort of mirror Chapel West in the sense that we also moved our office as well. We were on 300 Whaley on the 2nd floor, where we were just totally out of sight from the public. We moved down to 347 Whaley Avenue, which is on street level. We did the entire office. It's nice. You all should come by, pay us a visit. That cost us some money as well. We're trying to open it up to the general public so that we're a lot more accessible to the businesses and the community of Whaley Avenue. We've been very successful in doing that. Also, with the development of the new St. Luke's project coming in, we haven't really seen where we would get an additional funding to accommodate the additional people that's going to be coming with that. Whaley Avenue, we cleaned the district, the flowers and the security issues and cameras that we put up. We're bringing in more people. It's going to need more money. It's going to need more money for our staff and our workers. We're looking to try to maybe at some point when we hire an additional worker. The one we have been very successful on maintaining Whaley Avenue. The businesses are happy about it. It's clean, but most of the time. We get people out there, we get calls, maybe there are certain issues, we send somebody right out there. We want to do additional lighting. We want to also do, some festive things and be able to do that, kind of light it up and give it a different look. We want to, attract more businesses to Whaley Avenue. Because Whaley Avenue is, as you know, we go through major changes. So we want to be able to be on top of that. We want to bring some festivals and some open air markets to there, kind of just to bring more people to the district and make it more friendlier, if you will, to come down Whaley. Some people have this stigma about Whaley, but we're working, drastically to try to change that stigma. And we're trying to create, like I said, a more walkable Whaley Avenue. So we present this budget mill rate change to the board in hopes that you will approve it and again visit Whaley Avenue and support our efforts.
Thank you, gentlemen, for those presentations. Very concise. We appreciate it. So we're going to now take questions from committee members. Just as a reminder to colleagues, the reason why these budgets are before us is because there's tax levy associated with these special services districts, and that's not possible except through the authority of the city. And so every year, as part of our special meeting on the budget, we pass an order authorizing these levies to be, these taxes to be levied on the merchants, property owners in these districts. The budgets themselves are subject to the approval of their stakeholders, but because we're the authority for the taxes, we are involved in it. And so questions about these presentations are appropriate. The queue is open. Questions for the special services districts? Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just reviewing the budget for the Whaley Avenue, I just noticed that is that the rent that went up drastically because of the new place?
Yeah, the rent.
It was $3,600, now $16,550.
Yeah, we were in a small office. We were paying $300 a month. Quite frankly, the office was rat infested. There's a lot of issues there, but we stayed there.
Were they paying rent?
We were paying rent.
No, the rats.
Yeah, I know, right? But they should have. They took over the place. Yeah, it was the corner building on the Whaley and Sherman on the second floor. But again, we moved to a much bigger place. It's more state of the art. We couldn't accommodate any of the board members there. Now we can accommodate up to 20 people comfortably in the office. Like I said, we put a lot more state of the art in there, and that was it still was below market for that particular district.
Now, is that a multi-year contract or is it?
That's just a 3 years.
3 year. Okay.
3 year contract.
So you're locked in at least for the next 3 years with that rent.
That's correct.
And then I just noticed that there was a decrease in salaries. Did we lose someone or?
Yeah. Actually, we did. We had our cleaner. His name is Miguel. He was with us for over 5 years, doing a wonderful, wonderful job. We had another guy that comes in, named Winston, that was learning from him towards the end, but he ended up moving, and we were able to replace him with Winston. But Winston had got because he was brand new, we couldn't bring him in at the same amount that Miguel had worked 5 years to get. So he came in a little bit less.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just have a quick question from Whitley Avenue. Thank you all for your presentation. Just always get confused on where the range is, where the Avenue district, from what point to what point.
It's from Broadway, Broadway and Howe, if you will, to Pendleton Street.
Okay, so it stops right where it then becomes a state road after that.
That's correct.
Okay, great. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder. Further question, I'm getting tongue-tied here, excuse me, colleagues. Further questions from colleagues for the Special Services District? I have one, which is for our Town Green Special Services. This is the largest and probably oldest Special Services District that we have, I would guess.
Chapel West.
Chapel West is older, okay, Town Green is the biggest. So you have assets, which enables you to have a deficit, which next year looks to be projected a small deficit. And it looks like your assets are such that you do that for a while, but what is your plan in terms of, moving out of a deficit and towards being in the black?
So the district has been spending a bit more than we did for, I want to say, the last 3 or 4 years. And it looks like a lot more on paper than it actually is, because we will get 100% of our taxes over time. During the course of a fiscal year, we anticipate getting about 95%. So you will see in our income, there's a negative number. So subtract that from the bottom line, and you'll get about a $12,000 deficit instead of 48, which I believe you folks are looking at. Please forgive me, I'm not looking at it right now. And so, yes, there is a small deficit, about $12,000. And we, as a board, created a board designated, basically emergency fund, rainy day fund, that will fund 3 months of our operation. And as we do more, as we spend more, that 3-month operating reserve needs to go up. And so we're almost there with this with the budget that's before you. However, we're not quite there. So over time, we can cut services. I mean, we could get back to a $0 deficit very, very quickly. However, we've felt very strongly that for our ratepayers, we needed to use just a little bit of that cushion to do things like providing extra duty police. And we actually purchased garbage cans downtown instead of leasing them, and now there's a $50,000 savings a year. So the streetscape line item that you see for about 144 is now doing a heck of a lot more than it used to, because we don't have this lease anymore. So, and we also don't have to pay local business tax on those. So, we are finding ways to trim, and we can get back to a $0 deficit very, very quickly.
Because the alternative, of course, would just be to bring that mill rate a little bit higher, but I assume your stakeholders would prefer not to do that.
Well, we don't love raising the mill rate. And we did so this year. Again, we raised the mill rate, I want to say 2 years ago. And before that, it was 7 years before we raised the mill rate. And we had to do so drastically. We went from 1.9 to 2.14, which for us is drastic. And our board at that point said, we no longer want drastic increases. Let's just take the hit slowly as they come. And so our expenses have increased a bit with our cleaning and safety contracts and basically everything else. So we have slightly increased our mill rate to reflect that. Have I answered your question, Alder? I'm sorry.
Yes, I think you have. I appreciate that information. Further questions from colleagues for the Special Services District? Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
And that's it.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we will now move to the departmental workshops. And the list is the Health Department, followed by Elderly Services, CSA, Youth and Rec, the Library, and Community Resilience. And so the first is the Health Department. And I see Mr. Gormley coming forward. This is your portion of the meeting too. And more paper. So we'll just get the paper handed out and distribute it, and then we'll take your names. We'll actually take your names and addresses now.
Michael Gormley, 45 Jefferson Road, Brentford.
Brooke Saban, 424 Chapel.
Eliza Halsey, 129 Barbara Road.
And I would just remind colleagues that, of course, we were just handed the nice-looking deck from the city staff, which I am proud to say has page numbers on it, but also in our packets, which Don Hayden prepared for us, we have our sheets, which zero in on the new expenditures, the increased amounts, the decreased amounts, which sometimes isn't quite presented as bluntly or succinctly in the city's presentation. So make use of both sets of sheets. Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Beginning on slide number 4, we are here to discuss the Public Health Department. And what we handed before you is just the overall packet of all the Community Services Administration agencies. But beginning on slide 4, this gives a mission and overview and agency overview of how the Health Department is structured from a high level standpoint. Moving on to slide number 5 gives the budgetary breakdown on the general fund side. Within this proposal, we are asking for $144,261 increase within the Health Department budget. Slide number 6 gives a breakdown of the department from a pie chart standpoint, which as you can see, 87% of the overall department is personnel costs. Moving on to slide number 7, just to give a brief observation on the next 2 slides. There will be a couple of items on what is known as the technical amendment, which is any omissions or errors that did or did not happen within the mayor's proposed budget. Within the health department, we do have 2 items. This is one of them, the license permits and fees. Within the mayor's proposed budget, there were 2 things that happened with this. I believe only 3 out of the 5 lines were shown in the budget within these fees, and these fees were, so that was one error, and then the second error was these were marked as existing fees, which these are actually new fees that Director Bond can kind of go over.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and all committee members. This evening, as you all know, I proposed an ordinance this past year on the amendment of the nail salons, as well as the tattoos and barbershops, which was passed and aimed to go into effect in July. And so we will have an increase of revenue for the licensing as well as the annual inspection late fee if individuals did not pass. So that was an ordinance that was passed this past year. So we wanted to make sure that that was reflected into this fiscal year.
All right, thank you, Director Bond. So again, we're just, as Director Bond said, it was something that was previously submitted, but was not originally included in any of the budget proposals. So that's why it's marked as new within the mayor's proposed budget. Along with that, if you move on to slide number 8, this gives a outline of the personnel and non-personnel changes within, a lot of the increase within the health department's proposed budget comes from the first 2 bullet points, which makes up the $144,000. That was the normal general wage increase that you've seen within the bargaining unit contracts. The health department has a mixture of 884 nurses, clerical, and then the executive management position. So all of those contracts had general wage increases within them. And then there was, which is a net zero effect, we did move an administrative assistant that was originally budgeted in CSA. There was administrative help that was needed within the health department. The CSA department graciously allowed them to utilize a vacant administrative assistant position, and then we are permanently transferring that position from CSA to the health department. So that is really no effect on the budget because we're just moving the position from one department to the other. Now, what you'll notice is the 3rd bullet point on this slide, which is labeled technical amendment. We wanted to outline this and not bring it towards the secondary process. This would be something that the administration works with the chair and the committee on during that secondary process, along with the new ordinance that was proposed in the previous slide. The health department is asking for 3 new sanitarian positions, which do the inspections. Those are the positions that generate the revenue within the health department. As you know, there's a whole license permit and fee section within the health department, and primarily the sanitarians bring in that revenue. So with the new proposed ordinance, the health department is asking to add in 3 more of the sanitarian positions. I don't know, Director Bond, if you want to speak a little bit more.
Thank you, Michael. And so just to elaborate further in regards to the sanitarians are designees for the health director, which respond to a number of things. Not only are they doing food establishments of over 1,100, not including the 200 additional new establishments that we will be inspecting, but they also respond to nuisance complaints. They conduct pool inspections as well as after hours complaints. We also test the water for the beach throughout the summer. We are also working on following up with school inspections and assessing school buildings as well as sewage and noise complaints that come in. So there's an array of things that they do outside of the inspections based on the calculations between the hours that is designated just for the inspection component for food establishment and the establishments of the tattoos and barber shops and massage parlors. That alone estimates that I need at least 7 sanitarians to be able to be at capacity. Right now, I'm only funded for 4 positions, and we are not even in compliance with the statutory requirements to conduct the inspections at the very minimum, which varies like from restaurants being 3 times a year. And so we really are hoping that we can be able to secure those positions so that we can be in compliance and making sure that we keep our public safe.
Thank you, Director. Just to kind of give context on the technical amendment for the 3 positions, the total would be, it's about $70,725 per position. So a little bit over $210,000 is what would be looked at on the technical amendment. But again, these are tied to the ordinance that was just discussed in the previous slide. The next slide talks about the health department goals and initiatives related to the mayor's proposed budget.
As you may already have received, I provided an annual report to each of you a few months ago in the summer. So overall, we have strategic priorities that are in front of you. We continue to work diligently to not just deliver these goals, but also we seek out funds and to be able to do that. So we have over $35 million in grants. Funds is about 83% of the budget. And so we will continue to strive to offset the general funds in being able to at least provide support to the deliverables of the other initiatives to be able to support the overall city in protecting the health of our public. And so if you have any questions in regards to any report that hopefully you all received, please let me know if you have any questions regarding our strategic goals for the department.
And just to note, while it's not on the slides, on the revenue side, we are looking at keeping the health department's revenue at, right now, it generates, the budget is 1.150, so 1,150,000 is the revenue that is projected for fiscal year 2024-25. So that makes up the health department fees and vital stats as well. So with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes the health department presentation.
Thank you very much for that information. We appreciate it. We'll now have questions from committee members. Alder Furlong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Vaughn, for your presentation. Just a quick question regarding the sanitarians. Do they have the authority to shut down a business, or is that another position?
So they, if they suspect a violations that requires them to shut down, they will contact me. So I will sign off, and they have the authorization to shut someone down.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Furlong. I saw Alder Festa next on the queue, and the queue is open after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. Regarding the revenue projected for 24-25, does that include the new fees that are being installed?
So we did take a look at the new fees. We are, as part of the technical amendment, I did not, we're going to review that because that just came to our attention before on the omissions. Honestly, that was my office on the omissions. So we're certainly going to take a look at if we can generate enough fees to offset the cost to the additional 3 positions that we have.
Okay, so the short answer is no, that this 1.1.
We're looking at it, but no, that does not include it at the moment.
Okay.
We're looking at it.
So it will increase slightly, so it's about $150 for, right now we have an estimated. There are about 200 establishments at 150 beginning July 1st.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I think you may have answered my other question regarding the 3 positions. Although just one clarification, you mentioned that these positions are due also to a ordinance or a statute.
So the sanitarians respond to all state regulatory and local ordinance requirements.
Okay, they respond to it, but we don't necessarily, these are requests to help with the workload.
We are regulatorily required to inspect these restaurants for the frequencies that we're supposed to be doing.
Right, but is there a required number of personnel that is needed?
So no, but there is certainly a requirement of the number of inspections. And so based on the number of inspections that are required, I currently do not have the capacity to do the inspections that are required because I don't have enough staff.
Okay, that was helpful. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Alder Morrison. And the queue's open after that.
Thank you. So just looking at the new licensing permits, the $150. I remember when we approved this, and one of the things that we talked about was the timing. And we talked about May being a good time to initiate this type of, not saying I wanted it earlier, because people need to be able to save their money, but May was like the time because July was tax time. January was tax time. So we had then their rent and all this. And then we had a discussion about May being the time frame. And so I know that this budget is for July 1. And so if this budget is July 1, are the expectations around I guess the funding from the barbershops and nail salons expected in May or 30 days after? Because it falls in a bad time, and that was a big conversation that we had during the hearing.
Correct, and I left that deliberation up to the committee, and so I received a copy of what was filed. And so I do not see that the May date made it into that amendment. So we can perhaps talk about it offline to see if we can work on that schedule.
It didn't make it into, because we were very, very clear
That's what I thought, but
the May being the time, because that is the one period of time that everyone's not expected to give all their money out to everyone else.
Correct,
So
that's what
I don't
I
know how that happened.
Yeah, we can check again, but I sort of just was basing it on what was filed with the city clerk. So I'm only basing it on what was deliberated from the committee.
Right. So let's take that as a follow-up from tonight, just to look to see the final form of the ordinance that was passed and what it says about the timing around those fees.
Yeah. And happy to change, and happy to work with a schedule.
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Right. So, and just to add to that, I know, because I was the one doing all the talking about it. So, once they find that there was a scripter's error with the time frame, how would that affect what you're trying to do now with this budget as of July 1?
I don't think it's gonna be in effect because we're doing calculations as we speak, so we can always reallocate. Right now, the revenue is not reflected at this juncture, so I think there's still time to make a correction. So again, I was only based on what was pulled from the city clerk's office, so happy to reconvene with the committee.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Morrison. Further questions from colleagues for the Health Department? Questions for the Health Department? I have a question which is related to the portion of your budget that is for school nurses versus the portion of your budget that is for outside contractual services. We've seen obviously a great connection between these two parts of the budget because of the difficulty in finding school nurses. And so how did that money, I don't remember, it's not right in front of me. Are we fully budgeted for the positions you would hope to fill? And should we be expecting transfers for this coming year because it's difficult to fill them?
So the answer to that question is yes. You should expect a transfer. So what we were doing as we looked at the budget is we did not want to basically double budget, right? We didn't want to add 3 million in other services and then fully fund nurses because then you're going back and forth. So basically, we did like we did this year where there's a $400,000 budget in a specific line to get us started with the temporary nurses, and then yes, you should expect a transfer because they're interchangeable, as you said. As you fill nurses positions, that's less on the contracted side that you're going to need. The health department is going to evaluate that probably on like a quarterly basis, maybe as far as when a transfer needs to be submitted, how many positions were filled, things like that.
Thank you for that refresh. I guess this question is for you, Director Bond, about what your hopes are for those positions and when you would begin to think about a potential change to the staffing model. Maybe we're not there yet, I don't know, but just a little bit more information.
That's actually a really good question, and the staffing model is something that we are certainly looking at. We started convening with the universities to have conversations around maybe a pathway for senior graduating RNs that are going to be RNs, and having a built-in model where they're getting trained specifically to be public health nurses. We're also convening with Yale University to have a conversation on potentially having an APRN 50% that they fund and we fund 50%. So there's conversations happening with the universities for sure to look at ways that we can be innovative in the fact that this shortage continues. I'm not the only sector. Community health centers and the hospitals, we're all struggling and trying to figure out ways to engage. I'm also working closely with HR. Under my workforce development grant, I specifically put marketing money so that we can ramp up our marketing. We are now doing informational tables at the universities to attract the workforce and engage them into public service, because many of them are doing different type of practices and going into public service or even certain fields in hospitals. And so, and I'm also going to be serving on a panel discussion to talk about going into public health nursing and why public health is a phenomenal field. And so, yes, thinking about it, but the fact of the matter is that we may have to come to you for a transfer request. And so we are, at least for the initial quarter, going to be secured, but certainly exploring these avenues, and Eliza's sort of joining me in some of these meetings to engage stakeholders to come up with ways to address this gap.
I appreciate that additional information. Certainly, I think we all care about our students being well served and their health needs being met. But it's been difficult, and not just in your department and across the healthcare sector. It's been difficult. So that kind of innovative thinking and partnerships is, I think, a potential and fruitful avenue to take. So thank you for that. And we'll follow it closely. Further questions from colleagues for our public health department? Seeing none, thank you very much, Director Bond.
Have a great evening.
We will now move to the Elderly Services Department. See our director coming forward. Good evening. Name and address for the record, please.
Tommy Gill, 310 Wall Street.
All right, thank you, everyone. Moving on to slide 11, again, just gives a mission and overview of how the Elderly Services Department is structured. Again, under the auspices of Community Services, and then we have a director and different program and administration and senior center staff. Going on to slide 12, this gives a breakdown of the mayor's proposed 24-25 budget. So as you can see in the general fund, there is an increase of $122,440. That is a mix, as we'll get into in the next couple of slides, that's a mixture of personnel costs, and then within elderly services, we do have some of their contractual costs that has gone up along with some additional programming. So slide 13 gives a breakdown of their general fund budget, which as you can see is primarily made up of personnel, which is about 53%, and then rental and contractual services is 46% of their overall budget. Director Beal will talk a little bit about that as we move on to the next slide, slide 14. So as you can see, we have the normalized 3% that was really standard in a lot of the contracts that we settled from a general wage increase. So again, like other departments, elderly services has clerical and management union employees, which both contracts call for 3%. And then there was a slight, a bigger bump in the elderly services director salary to bring it more in line with other director salaries within the community services administration. A bulk of the increase within the budget really happened on the non-personnel side. Again, we've seen different contractual increases in things like transportation, rental, and other contractual services. I will let Director Beal speak a little bit about those increases.
Thank you. With the increase to transportation services, what we notice is that we have more seniors that are involved in our activities. And so when we have our trips, we do not open it just to the seniors that are participating in the daily senior center, but seniors all from New Haven. So if we host a trip to Holiday Hill, the Big E, apple picking, any senior in New Haven that seeks to travel to those places can obtain transportation by the senior centers. We open those up to the senior center housing sites as well, and so we get a large number. With that comes, some of our seniors need additional ADA transportation services. And so we do partner with M7 Transportation, and a lot of those rides are individualized rides. And that has increased drastically over the last 2 years or so.
Keep going.
So, and so we do rent each of our senior center with St. Bernadette's Church. And what has happened with the increase there is that the church is looking for us to support the utility cost that is associated with utilizing the space. And so sharing the cost as it has increased over the years as well, our participation, our access to the building, some of those increases have come. And so we've been able to meet that demand by accepting some of those fees at a percent that they're also sharing with us with that increase. The other thing is our janitorial services. We are going into a new contract. And what happened with our previous contractor is the livable wage was very low. So with the new contract, this contractor is now meeting that livable wage for their employees, which has increased significantly for the budget that we previously held with that. For the goals and initiatives, we are going to begin hosting activities in the evening. I am interested in engaging our 55 and up population. Right now, we are focusing solely on those that are retired, and that age comes at about 65 to 67. And now, while we do have younger participants, I do think that we're missing a large group when we think about that age bracket. And I know 55 is very young when we think about senior services.
Indeed.
But we do have activities, programs, as well as resources that we want to be able to get into the hands of all seniors. And by doing that, I think it is imperative that we do open our doors beyond 4 p.m. And so that is one of the things that we would like to begin. We'd also want to be able to increase our numbers at the seniors participating daily. And so while overall numbers look good, on a consistent basis, we want to have those numbers increase. And so while 50 may be present one day, you may come to a senior and see 20 or 25. That is not the norm, and that is not how we want to operate. We want to operate at full capacity every day. We also want to be able to increase the number of trips. We want seniors to be engaged. We want them to be moving and mobile, and we want them to be able to see the city that is designed for them to enjoy. And by doing that, we have to get them out of the center. So we want to be able to take them on more enrichment activities. We want to be able to take them on more exploration as well. We also want to be able to create an intergenerational program. We have 3 senior centers, all located within less than a quarter of a mile from a school. We want to be able to engage those schools and activities with our seniors, so that way the seniors can be able to engage with young persons, and those young persons are not fearful of seniors. When we think about the workforce, many people are not entering into the geriatric system because they fear it. They think that it's a dull and uninviting environment, and that is far from the case. We want to be able to pull them in young, and if we introduce them to what these senior centers look like as a day program instead of a convalescent program, then we'll be able to shift that dynamic as seniors and young people begin to work together. We are going to be working with Cornell Scott Hill Health Center on some of those programs, and we have a program that's going to be taking place on June 1st, where we do an arts program, combining that with seniors from with youth from the library, from the Q House, as well as from Cornell Scott's pediatric program as well. We're also going to be hosting our Senior Volunteer of the Year luncheon. What that looks like for us is April is Volunteer Awareness Month. This year we are incorporating what's called the Golden Volunteer Week. And so I'm encouraging my team to have our seniors volunteer at their senior centers to do things to help around their senior center community. Next year is going to be much bigger, but this year we're starting with just the senior centers. In May, we host the Senior Volunteer of the Year Award Luncheon. Many of you have already received notification where we are looking to recognize senior and awards as well. But with the recognition comes our senior centers and our housing sites, where we gather seniors in a banquet style event, and we recognize them for the work that they have done in our New Haven communities. And so we wish to continue to have that. It's something that they look forward to. It's something that the department looks forward to. And we want to make sure that this is something that everyone is able to enjoy in years to come. We want to be able to continue sponsoring the bus trips to Holiday Hill, the big I keep repeating these, but these are our signature events. So these are the events that the seniors look forward to the most. But in addition to that, we are looking to expand that. We want to be able to take them to Mystic Aquarium. The Peabody Museum is open. We want to be able to bring them there. The British Art Museum is something that people are already going to, but take them to the theater, taking them to the movie theaters as well. Those are the different activities that we're looking to begin to host. We also want to be able to create a computer learning course. And with that, I'm looking to purchase computer mobile labs for our senior centers. My hope is that the computer mobile lab will be able to have seniors work in place. So instead of them going to a small computer lab that is currently installed at each senior center, being able to have the computers in their congregate space, so that way we can have an instructor speak to multiple seniors, upwards to 10 to 12 at one time, to be able to teach them lesson plans. Not just on the computers, but with access to their telephones as well, because many of them have the features of using a telephone, but not all the intricate details that come with utilizing it. So we want to be able to explore those opportunities. We are also currently partnering with the Financial Empowerment Center to bring financial literacy to our seniors. Not only do they have monthly meetings with the seniors regarding their financial safety, being aware of different scams that occur for seniors, we also want to make sure that they are aware of the tax program. And so with VITA just taking place, they were able to go into the senior centers, take appointments, and be able to help seniors file taxes that were in need of that service right on the spot. So that was a big addition for our seniors this year. And then finally, we want to be able to enter into a strategic plan. We want to make sure that our goals and initiatives take priority to the work that we want to be able to do. We want to make sure that it's aligned with the community needs as well as the seniors. We want to make sure that we gather the feedback from families, make sure that we understand what the needs are. We have seniors that are aging in place, and when families don't know what to do, we want to be able to have a structure that allows us to guide them, to be able to direct them, and to be able to encourage them to stay steadfast in their ability to support their aging loved ones.
Oh, I see it. Okay, I think, Mr. Chair, that concludes our presentation for elderly services.
Thank you very much for that information. We appreciate it. Now we'll have questions from committee members. For the Department of Elderly Services, Alder Hurt.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Good presentation. For the evening activities, will there be security provided for these evening activities? I know that a lot of people have been preying on elderly people, and it would be nice to have security at the evening. 55 is young, but some 55.
So currently at our Q House site, we do have security already in place. For the Atwater Senior Center, we will be developing a program that's going to meet that as that transitions into a community center. And then we will look at assessing security availability for our East Shore site as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Hurt. Next on the queue is Alder Morrison, and the queue is open after her.
So in regards to your plans with the computer lesson, the courses, who are you currently, if anyone, collaborating to help the seniors with their computer class? I know that they have a computer lab in the Q House, but that's in the building, so of course they would have something like that. But who are you working with to help the seniors with this computer courses?
So that is actually going to be a contractual service, and we're going to have to put that out to bid to see who is available to provide the service for us and meet the needs that we have for the seniors in that case. So at this time, I do not have any identified persons or agency to do the program.
So in your budget, you added monies for that to be able to go out to contract?
Yes.
For that?
Yes, and it's actually written into the grant that we received from the State Unit on Aging.
Okay, so you've gotten money from a grant that helped you with that and money here from the city?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder Morrison. Further questions from colleagues for the Department of Elderly Services? Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation and all you do for our seniors. Although I think I'm in that category. I feel like I'm more on the youth side, though, on the elderly side. All the field trips that are taken are free to seniors, correct?
The transportation is free. If there's a cost associated, the seniors assume that cost.
Okay, so
For
entrance
admissions.
fees, admissions, et
Yes.
cetera, except for the free museums that we have here in New Haven, which is great,
Yes.
and now the Peabody too. I'm really happy to see that the goals are to get the youth and the elderly together. I think they need each other for many reasons. What is the goal on how to make that happen? Are you going to work with our youth department or with the principals from the high schools? Maybe even with Promise, because a lot of the kids need volunteer hours. I don't know if that would, go towards service hours, but I think there's a lot of opportunities out there to engage our youth with the elderly, and I'm just interested in learning on how, what the plan is, if there is one.
Absolutely. And so the plan has not been hashed out in its entirety, but we have a great working relationship with the Youth and Recreation Department. We already work with the Youth at Work program to make sure that we have students working through their initiative at the senior centers when the different components arise. We also have what's called a Senior for Seniors program. So any high school senior in New Haven that has to complete their volunteer hours can do so at a senior center, given the capacity that is available. We are also working with the different partners. And so as I mentioned before, with Cornell Scott and their pediatrics, having young persons coming to the senior centers to volunteer as well, and then working with the libraries to be able to have the young person that they engage with, specifically with the Stetson Library, but looking to work with New Haven Board of Education. So that way, middle school as well as high school students can be engaged with the seniors at the senior centers also.
Great. And how do students sign up to do these service hours? Who do they contact?
They contact me. And so I do have just an intake form that just asks them their name, the school that they're going to, what's the purpose of their service hours. We do have some seniors that like to, or students, excuse me, that choose to volunteer just because that is something that they are interested in. Others have to do it for a course. Others are doing it, for graduation requirements. And so it's good to just know how we're engaging with the student, so that way we have record of that.
Okay, because the line is reaching our student seniors. They're going to be graduating, I think, sometime in mid-June, and I know there's kids that are scrounging for their hours, and I hate to use that as an excuse, but it actually might be a good excuse for them to go to a senior center and experience what it's like and be able to maybe look, as you said earlier, at a career.
Yes, and that is why we have Senior for Seniors. We want to be able to encourage them to complete their volunteer hours, and we want them to do it with us. There's a lot of services that we can use with the seniors, and senior high school seniors, because there's activities daily that we want to be able to have the seniors engage in. We want to be able to have people that are young and energetic to help them get up and moving around. Seniors oftentimes are thought of as people that just want to sit around, but our seniors love to get up and dance and sing and travel and walk the community, and having a young person next to them, that's inspiring, that's motivational, and that's what we want to be able to see and bring.
Great. And just one final question, if I may. Just the rental increase, you mentioned the $12,000 is for electrical?
No, all utilities.
All utilities.
All utilities.
Okay,
So,
so I was gonna say, that's a lot for
that would have been a lot.
electric.
No, but it is for our heat. They actually heat with oil.
Okay.
And if anyone is familiar with the cost of oil, but they do heat with oil. We also have the water, the lights.
Okay, so it's all utilities. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Alder Hurt has another question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I heard you say community services for seniors in high school to get their hours. What about nonviolent community service for people who need to get their community service hours for the justice system?
We haven't crossed that, but I think that is something that we can explore. I think as long as the seniors are safe, I think if there are background checks that are done and a system is in place for us to be able to welcome them, then the door is open. We don't want to be able to turn anyone away based on any criminal activity. We just want to make sure that they are individuals that our seniors are going to be safe with, the same that we would do with any other population.
Okay. I know, and absolutely I agree with that. But they come to the church so much. And, it'd be nice for them to branch out and go to other areas, Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Hurd. Further questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And now we will move to the Community Services Administration. I see our Director, Eliza Halsey, is here. Why don't you scoot over? And let's get right to it.
All right, beginning on slide 17, again, is the mission and agency overview. As you can see, Ms. Halsey is one of the city coordinators, so she oversees quite a few important departments that really deal with community engagement, from youth and recreation to elderly services to the public library, but also offers a lot of other services such as financial empowerment, excuse me, and food systems policy. So Ms. Halsey, as the coordinator for CSA, certainly oversees a lot of important agencies. Looking at the budget, which is the next slide, slide 18, as you can see, there is actually a slight decrease within her department, $19,155. That's due to a couple of different areas that we'll get into in a couple of more slides. Slide 19, again, just gives the breakdown and the overview of the budget, which is primarily personnel. About 67% of the overall community services administration is personnel, and then there's non-personnel, which really deals with a lot of the contractual services that the CSA administration deals with, from food system policies to different services for the administrative side to function. Looking at slide 20, again, we have the proposals of 3%. There was a slight increase, I think I mentioned it at the budget overview, which seems like a long time ago, that we did bring all the coordinator salaries in line together. So that was an increase that was slightly more than the 3% standard that we've seen, which included Ms. Halsey. But one of the reasons that the budget also decreased was, again, you just heard, we transferred a position from CSA to the health department for that administrative overview. From a non-personnel standpoint, with the CSA administration, their budget really stayed status quo. There weren't any changes on the non-personnel side. So moving on to the next slide. The next couple of slides are the goals and initiatives for the CSA administration. So I will turn that over.
Thank you, Dr. Blaney. So as you've heard some presentations from CSA departments today, you'll hear a couple more in a few minutes. CSA team is small but mighty, and its work really does closely align with the Board of Alder's priorities, in particular around its priority for jobs for all, the employment and financial stability work that's happening under the Financial Empowerment Center, quality of affordable housing and homelessness services, which you'll hear about in a few minutes, which is a focus of a core office out of community resilience. Health equity and vibrant communities is sort of a thread throughout all of our department's work. And we do also have a number of initiatives that support public safety, whether it's the Office of Violence Prevention or the work happening out of youth and recreation with Youth Connect. So again, we really are proud to be able to be working in alignment with your priorities. In terms of CSA administration, there are a couple buckets to highlight. In terms of CDBG and the administration of our grants for early childhood. Currently, CDBG supports 39 organizations through 42 grants, and the administration of that work included, this year we had site visits to all of our grantees, which
I think it had been a number of years since we'd gotten out to the field, in part due to COVID. So really working to rebuild those relationships with the partners that are funded, the organizations that are funded through CDBG, and really focusing on making sure there's effective administration of those grants. We also we granted the largest amount in the state to support early childhood through our ARPA grants. That work in partnership with two primary organizations, Hope for New Haven and the United Way, funded early childhood workforce development grants at 1.6. That is not general funds, that's special funds, but the work that it takes to administer that is part of what happens with the CSA team. And they also support the expansion grants going to nonprofits, to community providers providing early childhood, which as you are probably well aware, is an industry that is severely underfunded. Folks are advocating at the state to support early childhood educators that are in community programs. So we at CSA are also really working to support early childhood and making sure families have options for their young children. In terms of goals, I won't read everything here word for word, but really with our partnership with CAUSE, the Connecticut Association for Human Services, that's our key partner in the Financial Empowerment Center, and they've been working through 4 financial counselors to work with this year around 400 clients. We really want to expand the number of folks that we're working with through the Financial Empowerment Center, expand the number of counseling sessions, as well as the outcomes that are tracked through an online system through our partnership with CFEF. So the goals and outcomes are connected to reducing debt, increasing savings, and those counselors help folks navigate in a number of different ways. In addition to the CDBG and early childhood work, the financial empowerment work, we also under CSA admin have the Food Systems Policy Division, and that team is a team of 2 that is working hard to advance food systems policy goals. Again, I'm not going to read word for word here, but the one big focus is the Urban Agricultural Growth and Development work, which convened a 60-member community advisory board to develop an urban ag master plan, which they've been working on over the past year plus, and are in the final stages of engaging a wider community group in that work. And they do a bunch of neighborhood based canvassing. They look to connect folks that want to grow locally to land that's suitable for growing, and they've been doing more training and workshops to support those folks interested in doing urban agriculture. They've also partnered with the New Haven Public Schools to help guide their values-based procurement practices for their food services, and then they continue to partner on their participatory engagement around those 2 big buckets. So their goals for the upcoming year in food service policy are all connected to those big buckets. And then I would just add to conclude, I know we've got a number of other departments still to go, that CSA really, we heard in the public testimony from community members that want to see more opportunities for young people. CSA departments are youth and elderly services, partnering with engineering, and parks are working to open additional community centers. So we have 4 currently open, 4 in renovation that will be coming online in the coming months, and that work really happens collaboratively across our department in important ways. And so we're really grateful for your support to make sure that we have the admin team that can support, in particular, our smaller CSA departments. A lot of the admin for a smaller department like elderly services and community resilience, which is newer, that admin happens through the staff on the CSA, in the CSA administration. So happy to take questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We'll now have questions from members of the committee. Questions for the Community Services Administration. Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I know it's a busy department. Regarding the ARPA funds, do we have a plan when those run out? Is there something in place? You know, what happens when those funds are depleted?
For early childhood or
all?
So within CSA admin, the ARPA funds are primarily used for the early childhood grants. Food Service Policy Division does have a number of USAID grants that are funding its work as one of their positions. But the short answer is we are, for Food Service Policy, looking to, in a process of seeking other grants to sustain that additional work beyond what's in the general fund currently. And for early childhood, we really are working to support the network, the Early Childhood Coalition, that is doing advocacy at the statewide level. So whether that's attending the morning without childcare on the green, supporting the data systems work that those smaller organizations need to help advocate. That's sort of the role that the city is playing. We aren't direct funding positions for within ARPA, within the CSA department. I mean, within the CSA administration.
Okay. I mean, we know how important early childhood
is,
and we just need to make sure that they get funded properly, but we have to also be very cognizant of budget.
Yes, so that's ultimately why it's set up as grants right now.
And then it was mentioned earlier that there was a decrease. I mean, it's 19,100. What is
That's largely the shift in admin to the health department.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Further questions for the CSA admin portion? Alder Morrison.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. So in regards to the financial empowerment goals that I see here, who are you collaborating with to have such a wealthy, I know you got to be collaborating with someone.
Yes. So that work is happening in partnership with CAUSE, the Connecticut Association for Human Services. And that actually is a contract. Those financial counselors support, we have one primary staff in CSA on the general fund that kind of oversees and does the local contract manager role and also does the financial counseling. But there are 3 other financial counselors through CAUSE that support that regularly.
So this
that is not just our in-house staff.
So this is a contracted service, but
yes,
it falls under, just like a lot of your other services.
Correct.
You have them, but you use others too.
Correct.
All right.
And you will see that right now it's set up as an annual contract. So you will see that come before the Board of Alders again in the coming weeks, because right now it's set up as an annual contract.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Alder Morrison, further questions from colleagues for the CSA administration? Seeing none, we thank you very much. And we'll invite you to move over one chair. as we invite forward the Youth and Recreation Yard, as it is sometimes known. Youth and Recreation. And your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, good evening. Ron Huggins, 15 Westwood Road, New Haven, Connecticut.
All right, thank you. Looking at slide 24, again, it's just a mission and overview of how the department is laid out, along with their mission statement, showing the directors and the deputy directors, and then this just the different services that youth and recreation holds, such as youth at work, youth facilities, the skating rink, and the Q house. So those are just a few different things that are listed on their org chart. Looking at slide 25, again, just gives a breakdown of their general fund budget. Within the mayor's proposed budget, you will see a decrease within the youth and recreation department. But again, this decrease is primarily due to a shift in the new parks department. So there were positions which are labeled on another slide that were actually transferred over to the new parks department. So those aren't new positions within the parks, they were transferred from youth and recreation. So again, this is a mixture of transfer out positions plus general wage increases that happen because this is a department of 3144 executive management and clerical. So the overall net effect of all the changes is a savings of $345,000, which is really a transfer of position. The next slide just gives a breakdown again of their budget. As you can see, this is really made up of personnel and non-personnel line items. They have a contractual services line that gives grants and funds youth at work and a host of other activities that we know the authors are a part of that are always advertised. A lot of that comes from, on this pie chart, what would be labeled as the rental and contractual line item. That's where a lot of those activities are actually funded from with general fund money. Going on to slide 27, again, just kind of gives a breakdown of what I mentioned in the beginning. So the positions that were transferred over to the Parks Department are listed in the second and third bullet point of this particular slide. And then also part of the overall budget was the nature recreation piece was also moved over to the Parks Department. So besides the positions being moved over, that non-personnel cost from nature, from the nature recreation budget was also moved over to the Parks Department as well. A lot of the remainder of their budget is really status quo. The only other minor change within Yard was Yard also manages the Q House in conjunction with the Q House Board. So there was a slight increase of $50,000 that was added within the Yard budget for additional programming that was discussed with the Q House Board as well going into next fiscal year. The next couple of slides, I will turn it over to Deputy Director Huggins to kind of outline the goals and initiatives that relate to the mayor's proposed budget.
Again, good evening. I'd like to first start out by reading a prepared letter from our director, Gwendolyn Williams, who is available tonight. So to all the Taisha Myers, Board President, Alder Adam Marshall, Finance Committee Chair, all members of the Finance Committee Chair, greetings and salutations. I am deeply saddened that I am unable to be present at the workshop this evening. This is the first budget workshop I have been unable to attend. However, I am confident my representative, Deputy Huggins, will competently answer all questions you may have. Our budget presented this evening will reflect status quo. I implore that the support for services provided by the Youth and Rec Department remains at level funding so that we are able to maintain established programming such as youth employment, youth connect, and recreational activities in place. Additionally, we ask support of the proposal by administration to dedicate funding through the ARP for youth employment for fiscal year 25.
Workforce development strives to equip young individuals with essential skills and create pathways for people and professional growth. The investment of dedicated funding in the budget for youth employment will be a first and afford youth the opportunity to gain gainful employment and the potential to hire a majority of the 878 applicants that have applied for youth employment for summer 2025. Thank you for your continued investment in the youth. Best regards, William B. Williams. As deputy, I'd like to add a couple of other things. The increase for support and funding for youth outreach, once again, will be a once of a kind ordeal across the state. No other municipality has made such a major increase into youth employment, and you guys assisting and supporting the mayor budget will allow our department to be boots on the ground and really hire young people and meet them where they are. I think that that is important when you look back to funding that was recently granted from the federal and state level that we received for youth employment. What we actually see was a decrease in violence during the period of time that we received state dollars, and we were able to hire young people to actually work during prime time. So I think it's important to highlight that. In addition, I'd like to highlight our partnership with Elderly Services and speak to a position that you guys actually approved last year, which was our community engagement coordinator, which actually supports young people in high school who are in need of community service hours. That particular person, a majority of their assignment is to actually meet young people where they are and get them engaged to be able to complete their community service hours, whether it be for the Living Promise, for college, high school. We do have someone in place in our department who is taking the lead on that. The last thing I want to highlight is also just a continued support for our budget allows us to, again, be able to continue our signature program, which on average, when you look at the numbers, support about 3,000 to 4,000 families citywide. So from our trunk or treat to our turkey giveaway, our back to school event, all of our events really aim to truly try to service the 22,000 young people in the city. So we stand supporting the administration's budget, and we ask that you do the same.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, we will entertain any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate it. And now we'll take questions from members of the committee. Alder Morrison.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, and you guys, you knock it out the park when it comes to kids, and you're right, violence has decreased as you guys continue to help. When people have money, and you obviously understand that. In regards to that person, and this is the first time that I'm hearing that you have a particular person in place that we all can call to say, such and such a kid is in my area, they need community service hours, and they will be able to help them with that?
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, so.
Again, our community engagement coordinator that's hired is Robert Kyle Williams. And so he's in the schools every week. He's actually putting on events within the community. So as an alder, if you have a street that you may want young people to help clean up and help to coordinate that, Robert is in place to be able to assist and coordinate those efforts with young people.
I gotta get his number.
Okay.
We got a lot of kids that need hours, so thank you for that. No. That's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Morrison. And we'll be certain to have that information again sent to the chair and district committee members and colleagues on the board. Further questions from colleagues? Alder Furlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Just going over the organization chart. So there's one director that's moving from, you have one deputy director of recreation that's moving over to parks. So, but there's still, so were there two there previously, or is this director?
So the department had, currently as it stands, the department has 3 deputies. We have the deputy director of operations, the deputy director of administration, and then the deputy director of recreation. So the Deputy Director of Recreation is the one that would be moving over to the Parks Department.
Okay. Not sure why this is confusing me. The Parks Department is standing alone? This is still gonna be youth and recreation?
This is still youth and recreation. During the transition and creation of the Parks Department, they were looking at the number of deputies and things like that. And this particular deputy was slated to move over to the Parks Department. So if you remember in the Parks Department presentation, there was a Deputy Director of Administration and Planning, a Deputy Director of Operations, and then a Deputy Director of Recreation, which is this particular position. So essentially, this position should be crossed out from this org chart.
From this one?
From this one, correct.
Okay.
But the recreation and activities and everything else, so yes, youth and recreation is still staying as it is. It's just that one particular Deputy Director.
So we're gonna have youth and recreation department without a deputy director of recreation.
Yes, and for next year, it will be a deputy of youth, which is Deputy Director Huggins' position, and a Deputy Director of Operations. So there will be 2 deputies in yard for next year.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
So the org chart you're looking at, I think the confusion is it represents what's currently there, and not that switch through the parks.
And not what will be. Okay, so we normally have what we're gonna be voting on, and this is how we would look at it, right? So, okay.
So we can
make correct that.
Oh, we got it now? Yes, I'm good now. Yeah, I understand. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Alder Furlow, Alder Festa, and then Alder Kurt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Regarding some of these changes that are happening where Parks is now going to be separate, how will that affect your department? If it will, is it a good thing? Is it a challenging thing?
So I can speak in terms of the positions. We just talked about some of them. It does mean that the park rangers, so I think you've already received the presentation from Parks. The shift is essentially the rangers, that deputy that we just discussed, and the programming that is specific to the ranger stations. The youth recreation work that is sort of core, that is core to what Yard is doing, summer camps, the school-based programming, open schools, that all stays with Yard and their team. So there is a shift in positions, and it does impact the organization. And the one other piece of the shift is that the permitting that was previously done through the Yard team will shift over with some of those positions. So those pieces of the work that the Yard team has been doing will shift over to Parks. But the core sort of youth-focused programming remains.
And if I may add, as you guys probably remember, a couple of years ago, Yard, we had some struggles filling some positions because of the HR process. And so even through that, what we seen was a shift. People worked hard and stayed committed to the work. And so the one thing I think I can stand here proudly saying is that even with the shift of the deputy, our department will stay committed to the boots on the ground work, making sure that the programs to the standard that you guys usually experience, we will continue to produce that level of work, even with the shift that may occur. You can be rest assured that our team is committed to the work and committed to making sure that our students in the city receive productive programs. And so, with the switch, trust me when I tell you, the work will still happen, if that is what your, concern is.
Yeah. I mean, we want to make sure that our youth are taken care of and that this shift is not going to affect them in any way. And if it's just, the Rangers that are going over to the Parks Department, and that's really, sounds like the only change, big change.
The Rangers and that.
And the deputy.
And the deputy, yeah, right.
Okay.
And the outdoor
Adventure coordinator.
adventure coordinator.
So basically.
We'll go over to parks.
Basically, the nature recreation part, which is what the park rangers and the outdoor adventure coordinator dealt with, and the deputy position. That is really the only shift from yard. Everything else is really what they've been doing the last few years and doing well, and will continue to do, as Deputy Director Huggins mentioned.
Okay, so the focus will be on youth and youth, which is a good thing because that's where we need to be. Just another question regarding youth at work. How is it looking with the partners? Because I know that you reach out for employment opportunities for our youth. How is that looking?
So we are extremely excited to share that last year we had about 70 to 75 work sites. This year, with the new hire of our Youth at Work coordinator, we've been able to expand that number, and we're at about 125 work sites. So our partnerships are strong. I think they're stronger than they've ever been. And they're constantly getting stronger and continuing to grow. So we're extremely excited to offer an array of work-based learning experiences for our young people. So whether a young person has an interest in the arts, we have, a lot of arts programs. If they're interested in being in nature, we have those type of programs. Sports, we have a work site that pretty much can meet anybody's interest. So we're extremely excited about the work that coordinator has done and expanding the amount of work sites that we have.
That's great. And how many positions will we have for our youth? Do we know?
So I think the best answer would be it's contingent upon what happens with the budget. Because, well, truth be told, the mayor has recommended $1 million to go toward youth at work and youth employment. Prior to that, youth at work pretty much received funding on the state level and received money from, fundraising and things like that. So I think a support in the mayor's budget around youth at work sends a strong message to our community that we're united in trying to engage and employ our young people. And so, as mentioned in Gwen's letter, with that support, out of the 850 young people that applied, we'll be able to pretty much offer employment for just about everyone who applied.
Wait, was that 850?
Yes.
878 was the
878, sorry.
Okay, that's a pretty good number.
Yeah.
Great. And then, let's see, my other question was answered, which is who is that person for the volunteer hours? Which is Robert Williams.
Robert Kai Williams, and I'll make sure that we get the information to the chair.
Yes, phone number, contact, all that fun stuff. Because we as a board, I don't know if you all, I get phone calls from desperate parents who are now scrounging for those last few hours that the kids need, because I think for promise they're due in a couple of weeks. So
And let me be clear with that he has reached out to all of the schools, all of the principals, all of the guidance counselors. So he has been boots on the ground, but I will be sure to get his phone number and email to you, and please contact him. He has a lot of opportunities for our young people.
great. The problem is the kids don't go home and tell their parents. Or they tell their parents, Mom, Dad, I don't have enough hours.
And on the fact that it was sent out through a parent link through Board of Ed, just so you know. So, yeah, maybe we can possibly work with Danny to send out another one, but there was a blast, the parents and students.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Professor. Alder Hamilton?
Thank you, Chair Marchand. Yeah, my question was gonna be how many youth you expect to serve this year? But Director said, hopefully with the funding, possibly 878 youth, right?
That's the number of applicants. And the goal is.
Given the budget.
The goal is.
The goal is to be able to use those dollars to fund, use state dollars, and other commitments that have come to our department around youth employment, and hopefully be able to potentially place each and every young person that has applied. That is the goal.
Excellent. Wonderful. Let me just say, this is not a question, but a comment. I personally, as an alder, appreciate the work that Yard Youth Department has done in the community. You've made a great impact every year, and I'm personally grateful for that. So thank you for the hard work from the department and all the staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Hamilton. Alder Hurt is next on the queue for the Youth and Rec Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Deputy Director Huggins, you're doing a good job tonight. I know you explained about the Deputy Director of Recreation going over to the park side. So will it still be youth and recreation?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So it's just the recreation. I know you said that, but
Yeah, that's just a personnel move. That's just one position out of many, but I think the goal, again, is the Youth and Recreation Department will continue doing what they've been doing.
So it's just gonna have two, and I know you said this, and I'm sorry, I get it, but, okay, thank you.
So to bring, so to bring clarity, if you're looking at your chart, if you take your pen and just cross out, the Deputy Director of Recreation, I think that right there is a pretty good, vision of what our department will look like without that specific deputy director. And so, although we're losing that position as well as the park rangers and the outdoor coordinator, again, I want to reinforce that our department is committed to the work, and we will continue to make sure that services for our young people are still at top notch.
And I'll just add, the other way to think about it is there is recreation, nature-based recreation for adults and maybe youth that will happen under parks. So the rangers will continue doing some programming that's separate from yard that is recreation and nature-based recreation. So there will be a little bit in two places, but what yard is known for, it will continue to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Hurt. Further questions from colleagues? I'll just observe that perhaps some of us are struggling with the branding confusion of the reorganizations we had, because we had Parks and Rec for many years. Then the rec part of Parks went to youth, to be Youth and Rec. Then it became Yard, which is like this brand that you established that you don't want to lose. But then you're removing the rec, but not really. You're just, and you're letting the word rec reside in two different places. But it's just a branding thing. It's not, you could name it Whiz Bang Ziggly Zig, and it would still be the same department. I just made that up, by the way. Let's not so let's not get tripped up on the words. Right? Like, there's still youth activities that this department is going to run under your deputy directorship, right?
Yes.
And then in the parks, which won't have the word rec in it, from what I understand looking at the budget, will still have a rec component, which it used to have before when it was called Parks and Rec. So that brand is something that's going to be just parks. But whatever they're called, the functions are going to be in local places where they were more traditionally housed before this short-lived reorganization. But yeah, it took me a while to not get tripped up on that. Thank you for your presentation. Any further questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening, sir.
Thank you.
And we'll now move to the public library. That's what it's called in our agenda, but the organization is also known as the New Haven Free Public Library. Name and address to the record, please.
Maria Renee, 38 Crown Street, New Haven.
All right, thank you. Beginning on slide 31, again, it's just the mission and the overview of the public library. which outlines all the different components and different services that the library services. Going to slide 32 is just the breakdown, as you can see, based on the mayor's proposed budget. There is an increase of $231,087 within their budget. That will be a mixture of personnel and non-personnel services. Slide 33 gives an outline of how the general fund is broken down within their budget. As you can see, 77% of their overall budget is based on the personnel in the different different branches, the different services that are provided, including technology and other services. Moving to slide 34 just gives the overall breakdown again on the personnel. There's no new personnel additions or anything within the library. It's really based on the general wage increases, which are 3%. On the non-personnel side, we do have some increases which are really going into other contractual services, maintenance costs, janitorial, security, and alarm services. A lot of these are contractual increases that the library sees based on the contractual terms. Again, in another presentation, you heard living wage. So for their security and janitorial, living wage is going up and does apply. We have increased some of the security measures within the public library. So again, their budget is really going up by the non-personnel side, and I do apologize, there was an error. It's not just the 60,000 that's in that bullet point, but the overall non-personnel increases are made up of the security, the janitorial services, supplies, alarm, repairs, and maintenance. Did I miss anything? And books, thank you. There is a slight increase in the books and maps as well. Moving on to the next slide, 35, I will turn it over to the director to talk about the next couple of slides for the library, which is really just looking at it at a glance and how their goals and initiatives go in conjunction with the mayor's proposed budget.
Good evening, everyone. First, I just wanted to take a moment to just express my gratitude for the addition of the full-time children's position that you all supported last year. Just to give you a sort of update on that, with the addition of that position, that gave us a full-time children's position at the Wilson branch, which increased engagement by 48% at that one branch alone. Previously, we had a part-time position there that we had difficulty filling. And along with that, we also saw a 23.5% increase in family programming. So just for the same comparison, we went from 843 attendees from July to February to 1,248. And those are specific to children and families. So we've also increased our story times, our stay and plays, as well as STEAM programming for children. So again, just thank you for your support of that position. Looking at some of the programming that we've done over the past year, we've provided 1,745 programs. Of that, 940 were again for children and families. Over the overall 27,000.5 attendees, 11,000 of that was, again, children and families. So we really do serve the broad range of our community, from babies all the way through to the older members of our community. We have seen an increase not only in our book circulation, our physical materials, as well as our digital materials. We've had about a 28% growth in digital ebooks this year, which is also representative of some of those costs that you'll see that Budget Director Goldie mentioned. And I mentioned this because we are building on this momentum as we move into the next fiscal year. Moving to our goals and initiatives. We've had a great increase, again, just in having folks come into the library, use our resources and our services, and our library staff is beyond happy to provide those. We have a great dedicated team at the library. We're really looking on expanding our library card membership, and implementing a number of targeted initiatives for sign-up promotions, reaching neighborhoods that we are not really seeing come into the library, and targeting outreach in those communities to ensure that they have access to all the free services that the library provides. One thing that we have focused on this year, and are going to expand on next year, is expanding our translated materials. We now offer library cards in 5 different languages, which should be reflective of the community, again, that we serve. It's very hard for someone to come in and use their library if materials and services are not in their language. So we've also expanded our world languages as well. We're also looking to finalize and implement a sustainable schedule for our Sunday service. That is something I know that has been of interest for folks here. And part of our collection development is we're going to be conducting a full collection audit across all 5 libraries, where we go through and review all of our material and make sure that it's reflective of our community, ensuring that creators represent all members of the community as well. The library has also been closely tracking, we're looking to move to a new software system that will help us track data. We are currently using 4 different platforms, and it's all done manually. Librarians love data, but we don't love doing it all by hand. So the new software that we're looking to bring on for the new fiscal year will enable us to look at stats in real time. Currently, we're only able to look at it once the month finalizes, and we can go back and look at pretty much the previous 45 days. So we're kind of running 30 to 45 days behind at that point. With this new software, we can look at it in real time. It's tracking the data for us. We can run a simple report, and that will enable us to make better data driven decisions. We are also looking, as we are a new member of CSA this year, we're looking to expand our engagement. We currently do programming with elderly services, as well as we do have youth at work. We do have youth at work join us. This is the first year that we've done it year-round. Usually it's every summer. We have about 2 to 3 young individuals that work with us. And during this past year, we had 2 individuals work with us year-round. So we have, to use Dr. Bilal's words, there are, from last year, synergistic alignment amongst our organizations, and we're hoping to expand that engagement over the next year. A big focus for us has also been to elevate staff engagement and elevate staff professional development. The better informed and better knowledgeable our staff are, the better we can provide services to the community. Digital equity is a big focus of the library. We do a lot of work in ensuring that folks not only have access to digital tools, so we do offer lendable technology like Chromebooks, mobile hotspots, and laptops out to the community. We're looking to expand those next year, but also we're increasing our computer classes, our one-on-one computer appointments with library staff, so residents can come in, have someone sit with them to build a resume, assist with filling out a job application, and any other techniques they might be setting up a new email account for the very first time. So we do a lot of basic computer education classes as well. The library also will be working with 7 other cohort libraries, including Hamden, Bridgeport, amongst others, for the regional digital navigator program to help expand computer skills, not only across New Haven, but again across other cities as well. Our library IT will be focusing on several critical infrastructure projects, such as replacing system-wide library phones. Our phones are currently, I believe, somewhere between 12 to 15 years old. When they do go down, we currently do not have a service contract for them. So our staff are trying to implement patches. So we will be replacing them system-wide, which also will improve service for residents as well, as far as connecting and just getting information in a much faster way. We will also be completing our final phase of obsolete tech upgrades. In the last year, we have upgraded and replaced 72 public PCs. So the Wilson branch is a perfect example of seeing the immediate impact of replacing those computers. The community was very grateful and shared with the staff how happy it made them to be able to come in and have access to computers that not only work efficiently, they work faster, and we had several that were offline due to just obsolete tech, no longer working, and so we replaced all of the PCs there. We've also replaced all of the PCs at our main branch at Ives downtown, as well as the Mitchell branch in Fairhaven. So residents have brand new PCs to complete their information needs. We're also planning in the next fiscal year to upgrade our meeting room technology. As we know that hybrid meetings are, we're shifting to a hybrid world. We have shifted to a hybrid world, and the library needs to catch up. We currently do kind of patch it together with a series of webcams and things like that. And so we will implement technology that will be available for the community to use for meetings. We offer community spaces at all 5 of our locations. Typically, they are utilized daily by the community. So it would be beneficial to them to be able to use this technology. The library, of course, we do this all, provide these services for free to the community. Any other questions?
Thank you for that presentation. We'll now have questions from committee members. Questions for our New Haven Free Public Library, the public library. Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. Can you just remind everyone what are the library days that are open and the times? And you mentioned the Sunday. That's why I'm asking.
Sure. We're currently open 6 days a week. Our main Ives branch is open to the public 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. It is open 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Friday and Saturday. Our neighborhood branch libraries, they do have a rotating late night, but all the neighborhood branch libraries are closed on Fridays. Just because of our Saturday schedule, our staff will work at the downtown library on that day. So typically during the week, our libraries are open 10 to 6 p.m., 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., unless it is their late night, and then they will be open 12 to 8 p.m. Late nights are Mitchell on Mondays, Wilson on Tuesdays, Stetson Library on Wednesdays, and the Fairhaven Library on Thursdays.
And what is happening with the Sunday schedule? Thank you for that, by the way. And what is happening with the Sunday? Is it just staffing that is the challenge?
Staffing is the challenge. We want to make sure that whatever plan is put forth is sustainable. So we're currently, like I said, working on that plan, and we hope to be able to share that soon.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Further questions from colleagues about our public library? The budget request for our public library. Thank you for your presentation and for your patience. We're grateful for the work that you and your staff do. We'll now move forward with the next department on our list. The next and final department on our list for this evening and for this cycle of budgetary workshops, community resilience.
Yes.
You saved the best for last. Name and address for the record.
Good evening, Tiers Camp 7, Tiers Camp 747, Mix Avenue.
All right, moving on to slide 39. This really just gives an overview of the department itself as a whole, and the different divisions. As you know, this is one of the unique departments that has special funds and general funds all mixed in. This department was started utilizing ARPA funds, and still utilizing those ARPA funds that were approved to fund some of what you see before you on slide 39, but then within this department was also merged in homeless services and crisis response within a few years ago. So when you go over to slide 40, you will see that the general fund budget is increasing by $302,000. 300,000 of that, which you'll see in the next few slides, is non-personnel cost, and then the remaining funds are really just the general wage increases based on the union contracts. Moving on to slide 41, we'll just give you the general fund breakdown. As you can see, the majority of this department on the general fund side is really non-personnel cost. And if you go to slide 42, you will see what the $300,000 increase is. That is an increase in the homeless budget. So again, rolled into community resilience are the departments that you've seen on the org chart, which include homeless services. The general fund is really a majority of salary and homeless services, and then again, ARC funds the remaining portion of the Community Resilience Department. So what I will do is I will turn it over to Director Kemp to talk about the increase in the general fund request of $300,000, and Director Kemp will also talk about the next few slides as well.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Board of Alders. So the $300,000 increase is really focused on our homeless services here in New Haven and our response system to the homelessness in New Haven. We're exploring opportunities to allocate these funds towards initiatives aiming at preventing homelessness, such as homeless diversion and eviction prevention, as well as interventions to facilitate the transition out of homelessness, including master leasing, supportive housing, and rapid rehousing. We're also focused on sustaining and expanding our behavioral health initiatives in New Haven and prioritizing our behavioral health equity and foster culture of well-being. So we're still working on our victim support services network that we call VSSN to be responsive to the victims and the services in New Haven and really our violent crimes. Those who have been impacted by violent crime, that includes adults, children, and their family members. We also have our community healing support team, where we have groups of individuals in all of the communities in New Haven that go out, knock on doors, check on the well-being of people. We really focus on those neighborhoods that might have had an uptick in crime, that might have had some violence in the community within the most recent times, and we want to canvass. We also partner, when we canvass, we partner with New Haven. We've partnered with the Alders in the past. We've partnered with the community management teams and those who are in the community, community members, to knock on doors and again, pass out literature. We also want to overhaul data collection within our department. And so overhauling data collection in the Office of Housing and Homelessness, established a work group to create what we're calling a data warehouse, continue implementing the blueprint for the Office of Violence Prevention, enhance data collection capacity with our community-based organizations. Recently, we are dispersing a guide to celebrate May, being Mental Health Awareness Month, really focus on dimensions of wellness. We'll be giving that out to the community, handing out different fairs and events that are coming up. We're also, we have a BJA grant, Bureau of Justice grant, where we're working with different organizations, creating credible messengers, trainings, work groups, where we have community members as part of those work groups to really come together as a community holistically to address the violence in our community.
I believe that concludes our presentation, Mr. Chair.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that. We'll now take questions from committee members. Who would like to be on the queue? Alder Furlong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation and for hanging out with us so late tonight. How many employees are in this? I'm assuming there's other people under the coordinators.
No. No. There's one outreach person.
We have one outreach person under our homeless services. Otherwise, it is our coordinators. We currently just hired a manager to manage our BJA project. And that's also in here, but no, it's really our coordinators and interns.
Oh, okay, so each coordinator is a office of one, and then interns that. Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Ferraro. Alder Morrison.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. So in regards to, I see that the 300,000 that you're asking for is for homeless services. Does this have a lot to do with the new hotel? Is that one of the reasons where we're seeing this increased ask? Because that is huge, to do a transitional homeless hotel.
It is huge. Some of it is for the hotel, but really it's thinking about a more comprehensive plan so we can alleviate those who are just, we have a really large homeless population in our community. And so we have to think about homelessness differently in subsidized housing, master leasing, and other programs that would really get people housed versus these temporary, quick, like the warming shelters, where at the end, we're spending money, but it's not getting folks housed. So we have to think about something short-term and long-term, like master leasing, subsidized housing for our homeless population.
Do you mind just master leasing? What is that?
Sure, I can talk about that a little bit, and I'll just add that really the hotel is primarily funded through DOH and ARPA at this point. So that additional cost is actually, as Director Kemp is saying, is to build out programming that is preventative and that it gets folks closer to longer term solutions. Master leasing as a concept is something that we're eager to pilot. And I would just also say Director Kemp joined us a month ago, so she's been amazing in jumping right into a very full plate. And so some of the planning that the envisioning for the pilot started before she came on board. And the basic concept behind master leasing is that through these pilot dollars, the dollars are used to get access to apartments that are then controlled by a master lease, so that when somebody is ready to move from a shelter into housing, there is actually a place to go. Right now, part of what we're struggling with is folks with vouchers can't find a place to use their voucher. And so the master leasing pilot is to really try to tackle that issue of our housing shortage, right? We have a 2% vacancy rate. And so in order for our team to help the entire network of homeless services organizations to move folks from shelter to housing, we've got to be able to have housing for them to move into. So part of that is to pilot a new program that would allow us to, in partnership with another organization, get access to actual apartments that folks can move to.
Okay. All right, so one other thing, that's a great idea, because you have to help people crawl, walk, and run.
Yeah.
And so, as far as you said, the long-term plan and the short-term. Short-term, I'm always thinking about warming centers, things of that sort, right? Is there, are there any plans to add more warming centers, things of that sort? Because we have some, right? We have about 6, if 6, not talking about the hotel, but we have a couple. And it's still not enough, because you still only get, 30 beds. So you figure we can house 160 people a night, but we have 850 people a night that need somewhere to go. So are there plans to put some of those dollars into more of the short term also? Even though we got to do the big plan, but that's the crawling part.
Yes, there are. So currently, we're having a lot of discussion about even the warming shelters closing, which were all supposed to close up this past Monday, the 15th. But we knew that so many people were gonna be really out on the street. So what we decided to do is kind of a tiered down approach while we get them case management, while we get individuals employment services, while we make sure that they're connected to the CAN. And so we did the tear down approach, so only one warming shelter was closed on Monday, and then we're tearing it down where we're gonna have, I think it's Department of Housing or CAN that's gonna be able to support us through April 30th. And then we'll also utilize some dollars to keep it open even a couple of weeks further, just so we can make sure that we are working together with our partners, our contractors, as a coordinated effort to get these individuals at least placed or housed. We're also working very closely. So I meet with those from the hotel weekly to ensure. So since I've started within the last 4 weeks, we went from, I think it was about 30 to 40 beds filled to now we're at almost 90. And so we're almost there. We're still working, but we're doing it in a coordinated effort. And we've just recently, which wasn't happening before, bringing in employment services, bringing in case management, and then again, working with our funded partners to be able to do this a little bit more holistically and coordinated.
Great, thank you. You just got here? All right. I have one other question and then I'll leave it alone. So leaving the homeless component, but looking at the reentry services, I know there was a time that the city did a lot of reentry services right here in this building, and then as time went on, it kind of dwindled, right? But we still got people reentering. I know that you work with Mr. He passed away over on Grand Avenue, Project More. I know that you work with Project More and that whole service, but are you guys doing any more in regards to reentry? Are there any dollars going other places to help support reentry?
I think thank you for talking about that. That is an area of expertise for me. And so back in 2009, 2010, I worked for the DeStefano administration running the reentry initiative. And so I understand reentry pardons those who are coming home from incarceration and needs, ensuring that we're thinking about it holistically. So it's family reunification, right? It is thinking about how do we get individuals jobs? How do they market themselves? And so I want to bring back some of that expertise. I was the first to lead the Be in the Box, right? And collateral consequences, and having the ex-offender reentry job fair, and working with different employers on how do we hire those who have backgrounds and what does that look like. And so that is definitely something, as I'm new, I'm really diving in. Violence prevention encompasses all of it, right? And so reentry initiatives so people don't recidivate. Thinking about mental health and the role mental health plays. And I think that's why I'm so honored to run this office, because it's all inclusive. And so, yes, I do plan on integrating reentry into our services.
And I'll just add really quickly, Director Kemp mentioned the Bureau of Justice grant. So that is to supplement the press initiative, which is a large investment that was made with ARPA dollars. So that includes all the holistic work that Director Kemp just talked about that is happening right now, which is employment services, wraparound, and actually a cash assistance pilot through our partnership with 4CT. And so that work, the city is currently investing, and then the BJA grant is another $1.2 million that is able to be invested in that reentry work and the wraparound. So that investment will continue.
And I just want to say, I always get nervous when anyone comes to this table and talk about ARPA dollars. Because when it started, it was like, oh, 25 is far. 25 is tomorrow. And those service needs are still going to be here. And I haven't heard you guys talk about any like replacement funds to put, replacement to replace those funds that are needed in order to continue the work that that you're doing.
Yeah, no, that ultimately is what BJA is. Yeah, and T will expand on it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what BJA is, and it's why I'm so proud of it, because it is the expansion, and so that is running past 2026. And so it allows us to seamlessly go from the press work that we've already been doing on behalf of the ARPA dollars to now going into BJA, and that's what will fund the continuation of the work and actually enhance the work. And so that is something that's constantly on my mind, is sustainability.
Well, thank you, thank you, thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Morrison. Next on the queue is Alder Hurt, followed by Alder Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director, for being here tonight, and welcome. So I hear you loud and clear about our homeless population, reentry population. What are we doing with the homeless population that's reentering, that is homeless, but find themselves, for some reason, and we already know addiction, they don't want to go anywhere. What are we doing to address that issue? Yet they're duly diagnosed with other issues. So I want to be politically correct when I say things. So what are we doing to, because I know in my ward, I'm dealing with that. Reentry, back out here in addiction, don't want to go anywhere, they just there. So how are we addressing that?
Alder Hurt, I don't believe that there is a one-size-fits-all approach to how we address individuals, right, and their individual circumstances. So there are options, absolutely. It could not maybe be, first of all, I want to make sure that they're on a CAN list, so we can make sure that they're seen and visible and kind of not hiding within the system. But we also have a relationship and a partnership and a contract with Elm City Communities, where we do have apartments, we do have studios where individuals, especially if they're connected to Project Longevity, the Reentry Welcome Center through Project More, as well as our press, to be able to get individuals housing. It depends on the individual and where they are and where they want to be. You are absolutely right. The reality is there are individuals who are homeless that choose to be outside. That is a reality. And so we really have to deal with those individuals on a case-by-case basis to figure out what is the best entryway to get them to where they want to be. And that looks different for so many people, and I truly believe that. And so I don't know if I can answer a full, this is exactly what I'm doing. I look at people as individuals. And so we take it step by step and not one, individual approach to get them housing, but to ensure that they have the connections and the resources. And so that's why it's so important to fund these other organizations who are really truly doing the expert work around mental health, substance use, and homelessness.
Thank you for that response. And also I want to say how I'm glad to hear that we really are utilizing the wraparound services, because a lot of us have strayed away from wraparound. We just wanted the funding just to do one particular thing, but it has to be a wraparound for the individual. And I feel that that's real important.
It's in my DNA. It really, anybody who knows me knows I'm all about wraparound. I'm looking at the family. What role does early childhood play, right? And so it all matters.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Hurt. Alder Hamilton.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank
you for staying the patience. I want to go back to this master leasing that was mentioned. Now, when I hear master leasing, housing, now we know there's a housing shortage here in the city of New Haven. Now, are you looking to partner with organizations and or some of these apartment complexes or How you planning how are we gonna get that done? Can you talk a little bit more about that?
So I can also let Eliza talk about it, but for me, it's another situation where once we get the dollars and can put an RFP, I'm looking for innovative, new, different ideas that maybe we can pilot within our city to be able to see, okay, how well did it work? What didn't work? And so how do we enhance it to be able to increase master leasing or any other housing initiative? I've been doing a lot of research on what's happening in Houston and other states and cities and what worked, what didn't work. We talked about a tiny house project at one point, right? And so for some states, that's really worked. And so I'm willing to be open and innovative and creative and putting something out there where I can get a return on our investment within our city. Do you want to add anything?
Sure, I would just add and say, yes, we would envision that happening with partners. And part of where the idea came from, our coordinator of the Office of Housing and Homelessness Services, Velma George James, has been working with agencies for many years. And this concept came in part out of that alliance of homeless serving organizations trying to figure out a solution that was different, that helped solve the gaps in the system. And so really, it's not something that we made up. It was something that we were listening to the folks on the ground about what they needed. And that's why we really are interested in exploring it as a different type of solution than we currently have. So it will require a partnership. The city is not going to enter leases with any landlord. So that would be done as Director Kemp said, through an RFP process with our partners.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Hamilton. Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome.
Thank you.
Happy to have you on board.
Thank you very much.
While we're on that topic, have we looked at some of the buildings that we own already in the city to, I know you've only been here a month, but actually you haven't been here a month. You've been around
for a long time.
So you're very familiar with what this board is asking and some of the challenges that we are well aware of, and listening in on the homeless task force meetings as well. There's a lot of good community partners out there that help as well with all of, and they do great work. But of course, we don't have enough rooms, and so we do have empty buildings that the city owns. Are we looking into possibilities with that for this part of this master leasing program?
The short answer is we're talking the capital costs that would be involved with anything like that are pretty significant. So in this pilot, I don't think it's feasible we have had conversations that are in ongoing planning in partnership with the economic development team and with DOH to think about what the larger projects might look like over time, but we're not at a point yet where we have the $10 million, that we have the $10 million plan. So absolutely, we are always looking at spaces that we could potentially utilize, and ultimately something like that is a much bigger ticket item. So I don't think at least as we're thinking about it right now, not necessarily connected to master leasing pilot, but not off the table for bigger visioning down the road.
And I realize that there's capital dollars that need to go into rehabbing these buildings and fitting them for the needs that are necessary out there. But again, they're sitting vacant, and we have options and something to think about even down the road. And speaking of buildings, the hotel, any vacancies? Is it full? How is,
I'm just going to interrupt and make sure that everybody here knows that we're talking about a former hotel, which is now a non-congregate shelter. I think that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, do we have an official name for it? I know there were some names that were being thrown But do we have an official name for this
Still call
non-congregate
it
housing?
270 Foxen.
Okay.
Seems to be.
It's an apt description.
Yes, it really is.
How's it going?
And so I've done tremendous work. I say it's going very well. There were some growing pains, right? This was something that was new. But today, the mayor went and made a visit last week to check things out. They are almost at full occupancy, which is exciting. And we are just continually building a relationship. I think the next phase, I know we want occupancy, but we also need discharges because that means people get housed, right? And then we can turn it around and keep turning it around. So that's what's really important. I'm working very closely with 270. There are some bumps in the road. As Alder Hurt talked about, the nature of substance use and other things, mental health issues. But the safety and security has increased. We've got cameras throughout the entire facility. We found the flow. People were kind of doing things out of windows, so we shut that down. And just as it comes, we just keep addressing it. So I would say it's going great. And like I said, we are almost at 90 beds occupied, which means that we only have about 10. I'm trying to push it a little bit to maybe 2 more rooms, which would mean that we have about 10 to 15 beds that we would need to fill, which should be done within the next, I would say, 2 weeks.
And how is the discharge looking for the residents that have started from the beginning? Are there improvements? Have the wraparound services helped?
I'm going to allow this question, but I think we're into a workshop on the department that's straying a bit far from the budget. So I'm going to allow this last question on this, but we need to make sure that we're talking about dollars and cents.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Well, it kind of is dollars and cents in a way because the discharge continues the flow for, the unhoused.
So yes, they are discharging. There was some staffing issues, which slowed the discharges down. But again, now they've almost fully staffed, which means that they can begin to discharge more.
Okay, which would open up more beds for more occupants. And I know you spoke about with Alder Hurt regarding the population that refuses housing. But what are we, that's also money. And I look at it because there was a homeless encampment that was just demolished or whatever you want to talk about it on Middletown Avenue that we saw in the Independent. And that's costly. I mean, that's a cost on the city to go in and do that. But then, and the person thankfully accepted the guidance, the help, but we have more of those. And if someone refuses any help, they go back to that. And that's costing the city more money and resources. So what are the options?
We engage, and don't stop engaging, right? Because they will build a relationship and they will be able to eventually be able to find something that works for them.
I would also just add that the recent work we did a bunch of work in partnership with DOT. So the majority of the actual resource time was actually DOT on this.
And that's still tax dollars that are.
Yes, yes. They're just not city.
It's just pick a pocket, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Any further questions on
Thank you. No, I'm good.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Further questions on the budget request from the Community Resilience Department?
Yes.
Any further questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for being here and welcome to the city staff. This was quite a thing to go through shortly after your arrival, but you did a great job.
Up for the challenge. Thank you all so much. I hope you all have a great night.
Thank you for being here, ma'am.
Thank you.
Alder Fellow, did you have a question? For me? Yes, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to request that every organization, reorganization, creation of a new department, that we receive a letter a written response from Corporation Counsel saying that it is in compliance with the charter, as we have ended our workshops.
Absolutely. We will follow up on that for sure. Thank you, Alder, for a great point. All right, well, you fine public servants are now dismissed. Thank you for your endurance.
Thank you.
We, as I mentioned earlier this evening, this concludes the series of departmental budget workshops related to the mayor's proposed budget for the next fiscal year. You heard me say earlier this evening that we have concluded the public hearing portion of this process. So the next step is committee deliberations, which will take place in a couple of weeks' time. A couple just notes for committee members. Our next meeting, the Finance Committee, is on Monday, the 13th of May. That will be a regular monthly meeting. I anticipate some number of voting items that will come before this committee. And so it'll be like a normal finance meeting. But then on Thursday, the 16th of May, that is when we will deliberate. So in preparation for those deliberations, a few reminders are in order. That evening, that's when we actually decide what amendments we're going to consider and vote on. Any amendment that has a fiscal impact, of course, must balance out. Right? If you're going to increase spending here, you have to decrease it somewhere else, or you have to increase revenue commensurate, correct? And so it's important for colleagues who have ideas, please to talk with colleagues and each other about it, and talk, of course, with me about it, so that I can assist you in formulating your amendments so that they actually are properly done. Don Hayden is also available to assist with that as well. But I'm eager to hear from all of you and each of you for whatever ideas you may have. The goal for the deliberations is for them to make sense, for all of us to know what's going on, and for us to reach a conclusion where we all understood what happened. We may not all agree on it, but we want to know what's going on. And so that my job of coordinating that depends on folks communicating with me about what you would like to do or what questions you may have. So by that monthly meeting on the 13th of May, if I haven't heard from you, I might conclude that you're not going to offer an amendment, because an amendment offered at the last moment doesn't have much chance to succeed because folks need to think about it. So it's important to do the thinking and talking before we get to the 13th, and certainly before we get to the 16th of May. Alder Morris.
So is it fair to say that you'll give us like a deadline? Is it fair to say?
The goal I would say.
I'm not looking at a calendar.
The goal I would say is I would like folks who have ideas for amendments to talk to me before the Monday, the 13th of May.
So when I say deadline, by that Friday, just for my own.
Well, sure, schedule. But I mean, I'll probably be working on the weekend before, so. Yeah.
Just in general. Okay, thank you.
Of course, we have right to, say an amendment on the 16th, but if you haven't talked with colleagues about it, if you haven't talked with me about it, it just probably isn't gonna work. So it's gonna be important for colleagues to do the homework between now and then, so that we can all understand where we're coming from and what we have to say, and people can have a chance to think about things before we actually vote on things on the 16th. Alder Festa.
Yes, Mr. Chair, did you want these in writing, and will, because I know in the past we've always sent you an email with our amendments, and will you be sharing all committee, whatever amendments come in with the whole committee, so we can see what changes we might need to make or chat with those individuals? Because last year, I just remember there was a little bit of confusion at this table, and it would have been helpful to have all amendments. Mm-hmm. So all those numbers can be worked on beforehand versus at the table.
Mm-hmm. That's definitely the goal. That's definitely the goal. And so me being able to get the information in advance helps me to actually make that happen. And sometimes we have amendments that overlap with each other, right? And so part of what I do as the chair of the committee is to see what the common ground is, so that there's an amendment that actually incorporates contributions and ideas from all of us. And that way you don't have to make redundant or duplicate amendments. We can actually say, oh, we all agree on this, so let's just make sure that's part of the amendment that we're going to move forward with. But then there will be other ideas where people don't agree, and of course people have the right to propose amendments, whether others agree with them or not. But for me, as the one who coordinates that, the sooner I know what your ideas are, and having them in writing in an email form is very helpful. Just makes it all go better. Another question, Elder Costa.
Yeah, I was thinking about this in the last couple of days, that we have our own, I don't know if they're task forces, like the pension task force that we have funded.
Yeah.
Are there any that we haven't really utilized that we can possibly take that funding from?
Well, that could be a proposal that you would want to make. I don't want to start deliberating now.
No, but just so we can think about all our options.
That's right. Those are things that you could make suggestions about, for sure. Absolutely. So that's where we're heading to our deliberations on the 16th. Be in touch with me if you need assistance from Don. He's available, and he'll help as well. Make sure that whatever idea you have, it's translated into a written proposal that where all the numbers add up or cancel out, whatever the case may be. All right. Any questions about our next few weeks heading into deliberations? Seeing none, a motion would be appropriate at this time. So moved.
I make a motion to adjourn, Mr. Chair.
A motion to adjourn has been made and seconded. Any discussion of the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Alder Hurt's confused, but the motion carries and we are adjourned.
Oh, sorry.